Okay. I am partly using this. Whoops. I am partly using this as an excuse because I did just move. Well, not just. I basically spent all of last night basically adjusting this. Thank you for the follow, Bray Bray. I did use this kind of as an excuse to move stuff around. Oh, that's the warm tea. Thank you. I'm very, very proud of it. I do need to get in contact with my mama and papa again slightly. Thank you for petting Fifi. They very much appreciate it. If there's any issue with the sound, feel free to tell me, because I did move a bunch of things around and I'm messing with it. I'm gonna use the EXP and thread kind of as a quick way to test, just to make sure that everything sounds good for the stream, since it's gonna be a lot of reading. That's also why I have a giant thing of water and 2 giant things of tea right next to me. Does look like it gets a little bit high, but it shouldn't be too much higher than me. Because last thing I kind of want is an accidental ASMR stream. Accidental resonance. Thankfully, I also do have a bunch of boxes. Is she staggered? No. Thankfully, I do have a bunch of boxes, so getting through the content won't be... Getting through the story chapter shouldn't be too much of a mess. I am a bit shocked that you appear to start, like, immediately at a fight. This should be the last wave. Do I have anything that could... Yes. I have played LobCorp and I have beaten Ruina. I beat LobCorp, I think about 2 years ago now. I beat LobCorp about 2 years ago. I beat Library of Ruina last year. It was an experience. I really liked LobCorp, even despite how difficult it can be. I was not prepared for Ruina to be a deck builder, but that was incredibly fun. It was fun, even despite some of the difficult chapters in that. But the difficulty kind of actually... the difficulty in overcoming it was definitely part of the fun, especially for LobCorp. For Ruina, it felt more like Some of it was kind of gambling. Other parts of it was also deck building, which is not really a genre that I'm super into. But no, it was tons of fun, and I had a lot of experience with it. Which is also partly why I really wanted to get to this Kanto. Because I have been seeing certain things. Homeward Bound. Effective affinity / nothing else. So I'll start with this then. In the event that I need backup. Flowers wilt, petals fall, a drizzle of blossoms, sky blotting. Thank you for the subscription. I did hear that they had to nerf one fight already, but that's kind of becoming a very common thing where whenever a Kanto comes out or even something comes out, there's always one fight that seems to be tweaked. Colors fade, fragrance dies, but who shall mourn their passing? To the garden I go, in hand a flower rake. Only to pace, lest crush the scattered blossoms I make. Thus in this troubled world I breathe. To shut my eyes. Is my soul reprieve. Little Bayou, you must have walked and toiled tirelessly on your journey home. We're already in the middle of a huge... Yeah, this is a giant banquet. I won't say I suffered much, grandmother. My days were always filled with new and interesting things to say. to see. That's a way of putting it. What are they talking about over there? They're sitting so far apart that I can hardly hear them. I mean, is that even a dining table? I can't even see who's sitting at the other end from here. Is there anything bothering you, dear guest? If this humble servant can help with any... Oh, there's something bothering me, alright. We're in the middle of a meal. Can you stop? Nope, nothing at all. Nope, not at all. Nothing's bothering us. Everything's good. Now, Banii, my boy. When will you introduce me to your new friends? Is that Honglu's mother? Is it wrong if I say that she's pretty? Like, I can just say that and it'll be fine? Oh boy, I never know how to act in front of others' parents. Where should I look? Is this an appropriate size for a polite smile? I hope I don't come off as too smarmy. She's extremely pretty. As long as it will only simply state what is true and only the truth, then there is nothing wrong with it. Haha, it's nothing to fuss over. Think of this as your own place and enjoy your time here.
Thank you. 라고 하기엔 집이 넓어도 너무 넓어서 편할 수가 없는데 말이지. 이러다간 물 한 잔 마시러 가다가 미아가 되어버리겠어.
She sounds a bit more higher pitch. But this place is so huge I can that I can hardly relax. I'm worried I might get lost going out for a cup of water.
아, 그건 걱정 마세요. 안 그래도 미아 보호소 시설이 방 곳곳에 있거든요.
I'm a little bit apprehensive of calling one of my sinners' mom pretty as a cosmic truth.
그때까지 살아계신다면 말이죠.
But she is incredibly pretty. Ah, don't you worry. We have stray people... Wait, what? We have stray people shelters located all around the house for that. Our servants visit them once a month and collect anyone who's unfortunately gotten lost. If they're still alive, that is. Wait, huh?
홍루씨, 지금까지 들은 것 중 제일 웃긴 농담이었어.
Honglu, that has to be the funniest joke you've ever told. We do have some straight people.
웃기려고 한 말은 아니지만 덕택에 재밌으셨다면 다행이에요.
I wasn't joking, but I'm glad you enjoyed it anyway.
그런데 홍루군, 다른 형제들은 어디에 있는가? 그대의 환영식이라고 들었는데 말이오.
I must ask Honglu, for I spy no other siblings of yours here. This is quite odd, for I had thought this to be a welcoming party for your return.
내 환영식이기도 하거든.
It's my welcoming party too. Sorry, Shichun.
그리고 얼굴만 봐도 인상 구겨지는 놈들을 보아서 뭐래?
Besides, what makes you think we'd ever want to see their stupid faces just to get mad?
같은 식탁에 앉아본 것만 해도 거진 10년 전이야.
It's been like 10 whole years since we even shared a meal together.
그리고 말 걸지 마. 아까 내가 한 말 잊었어? 난 이제 너희들과는 완전히 등을 돌린 사이라니까.
Oh, right. She said that our kind of amicability was off when we got back here. Oh, and don't even think about trying to chat me up. Did you already forget what I said earlier? There's nothing between us anymore. We're enemies.
우리가 먼저 말을 걸었나?
Did we initiate the conversation, though?
저는 우리 포기가
I'm simply so glad that my son Baiyu
이렇게 제 몫을 하는 사내가
has returned as a man who can now more than carry his own weight.
그것만으로도
And unharmed, too.
없습니다.
Barring she isn't informed of what happened during time killing, but yes, unharmed.
그러니 보가
So dear Baiyu,
재촉할 생각은 없지만 다음 출가 날짜는 언제니?
I don't mean to rush, but when are you planning to depart again?
아직 정해진 건 없어요, 어머니.
Nothing has been decided yet, Mother. Why are you so quick to see him gone?
그렇구나. 나는 그저 이곳에 계속 머물러 있다가는 네 소임을 다하지 못하고 저물까봐 염려스럽단다.
I am simply concerned that were you stay here to be prolonged, perhaps you might fade before your duties are completed. What do you mean by fade?
가모님도 그렇게 생각하지 않으십니까?
Do you not also agree, Venerable Jimu? Indeed.
우리의 둘도 없는 진귀한 보물. 이 속세에 남아있지 말고 때가 되면 다시 떠나 그 가치를 다하거라.
Our peerless treasure, tarry not over long in this mundane world. Leave when the time is right and fulfill your worth.
그럴게요, 할머니, 어머니.
Okay, grandmother, mother. Throughout the entire familial discussion, Honglu's expression remained the same, and that tranquil, perpetual smile. But he felt a little sad. Despite his return after years of wandering, being met with the family's obvious push to make him leave as soon as possible. He stands unaffected, as though he were expecting this gaudy yet hollow welcome. With his attitude being so passive, I also had no choice but to watch as a bystander. A few hours ago.
이제 곧 가마가 오겠군요.
The palanquin will be here soon.
가마! 우와, 여기는 무슨 가마를 타고 다니나 보네. 그치 그래?
That sure sounds like a fancy ride. Isn't that just super great?
그래, 소두씨. 우리가 그 가마라는 것을
You're
타고
gonna
가는
have
거지?
Palanquin or whatever it's called to give us a ride all the way to the mansion. The usual comedy pair. That's what you're just gonna refer to them as? The usual comedy pair's desperate efforts to lighten the mood are particularly appreciated today, as tragically ineffective as they seem to be.
네, 여러분들과 가시춘 씨는 H사의 주요 가문의 일원이 거주하는 대관원으로 가시게 될 거예요.
Yes, the LCB and Shai Shichun will be heading to the Dagwanyuan. Dagwanyuan, where one of the most prominent families of H Corp reside. I've heard a complaint about this is that the language is very poetic and sometimes needs a second read to understand it. That actually makes me very interested. I really like the sound of that. Like, the entire feel, at least since getting into District 8, has been... At least getting into, like, this, like, kind of around where H-Corp kind of resides. It does feel a little different. Not in a bad way, but especially the way, at least in the words that the way that Honglu has been speaking, it feels much more deliberate. In a way that does feel very poetic, and I really like that feeling. If they sent a whole palanquin to pick us up, huh? Does Honglu's family already know that he'll be participating in the family hierarchy war?
아니요. 그쪽에서는 아직 모르는 사안일 겁니다. 회사도 정보 유출을 막기 위해 방금 저희에게 이 사항을 전달했을 테니까요.
No, it is unlikely that they are aware. After all, it can be assumed that the most likely reason that the company waited until the last minute is to relay us this order was to minimize the chance of information leakage. So higher-ups knew that he would be participating, but none of us knew, including Honglu
귀향한 홍루 씨와 가시춘 씨를
and his
환대하기
family.
위해 보낸 것일 테죠.
Therefore, it would be correct to presume that the palanquin is here merely as a gesture of welcome for Honglu and Jai Shichun's return.
그런 만큼 가마를 타고 갈 수 있는 건 초대를 받은 여기 홍루 씨와 가시춘 씨.
Which means that only the invited Honglu, Jai Shichun, and their factions can ride the palanquin to Dagwanyuan.
LCCB 팀과
Hello, Effie.
카론 씨는 함께할 수 없죠. 안타깝게도.
Unfortunately, this means LCCB, Virgilus, and Charon won't be able to join you on this journey. Oh, so we're going in without Virgilus.
아쉽네요.
That sounds about
같이
fair.
갔으면 좋았을 텐데요.
That's too bad. It would have been nice if we could all go there together.
항상 이런 식이지. 우리 집 어른들은 여기 있는 사람들 다 재워도 티도 안 날 만큼 넓으면서.
Just as petty as I expected from the seniors of our family, would it kill them to house a handful more people in a humongous park of a house? It's not like they'd notice a difference.
어머나. 그 말은
The repo stream was really fun. I didn't know it would be streamed. When it, like, I was informed that, like, oh, would you be up at this time so that we could play repo? And I'm like, yeah, I'll have time before stream. And then then I got in a call, and then they mentioned, yeah, this will be streamed. Yara and Tempty are always alright to spend time with. Oh my, how touching. Looks like Miss Jai Shichun thinks she'll miss us too.
방금 전에 시원하게 내 뒤통수를 후려쳐놓고 말하는 꼬락서니가 얄밉네.
What a thing to say to my face after that shameless backstabbing.
애초에 가주대전에 참가한다는 게 무슨 뜻인지 다 알고
I mean, do any of you even comprehend what it means to participate in a family hierarchy war? Yara is a very... fun person to be around. Like, if you can match their vibe, you're in for a very good time spending time with Yara. Especially so if you're around, kind of, that friend group in general. Like, when you're all kind of on the same page, like, no, time flies. I completely lost track during that stream. Do you even understand why we call it a war when the official name for it is an evaluation? You're risking your lives by getting involved in this. Once you get in there, you'll be stalked at every turn by people looking to kill you. Including me. Then why do you look sad? Remember how Wei saved your life back at the fake Keisan? Now imagine the same scenario, except this time it could be Wei who's there to kill you. I must say ahead of time that this is a truly regrettable turn of events. I did not wish to have to fight any of you, but... Wei looked at us with an unfamiliar and cold, intense glare. Why did I say cool?
그건 우리도였는데 마음이 통했네요.
Well, we feel very much the same way, so looks like we're on the same page there. Ha 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 ha.
반대로 말해서 너희도 언제든지 나를 찌를 수 있다는 뜻이기도 해.
This means that I'm also fair game. You could stab me in the back again, literally this time.
아니요. 그럴 생각은 절대.
No, never. I would never dream of doing something like... Shy Shichin ignores Sinclair's anxious pleas and looks straight toward Honglu.
마음을 바꿀 마지막 기회일 수도 있어, 오빠.
This could be the last chance to change your mind, brother.
나는 마냥 가벼운 마음으로 내 세력에 들어오라고 제안한 게 아니야.
I didn't invite you to join my faction with a light heart.
하물며 가주대전은 그렇게 쉽게 한다만다를 결정할 수 있는 문제는 절대.
Besides, it's a family hierarchy war. This isn't something you can just flippantly decide that you want to participate. I know the life you've lived, Shichin.
나 역시도 어렸을 때부터 가주대전에 대한 이야기를 수도 없이 들으면서 살아왔잖니.
I also grew up hearing those countless tales about the family hierarchy war just as you did.
그러니 우리가 느끼고 있는 무게감은 같을 거야.
So the weight we're feeling must be the same. She really doesn't want to go through this.
그래. 여리게나마 이어져 왔던 협력 관계는 여기서 끝인 거네.
Right. So this is where our tenuous alliance really ends.
뭐 상관없어. 필요에 의한 잠깐의 동맹치고는 너무 오래 끈 편이긴 했지.
Well, not like I care. It did drag on a little too long for a temporary alliance formed out of convenience.
원래대로 돌아가는 것뿐이니까.
We're just going back to how things used to be. That's all.
그럼 태평이 말이나 섞는 건
And that's fine by me.
여기까지 하도록
I
할까?
think that's enough chit-chat with you then.
응? 네가 원한다면.
Okay, if that's what you want.
아, 시춘.
뭐
What?
가문의 사람들에게는 내가 참가한다는 이야기를 하지 말아줄 수 있겠니?
Please don't tell the family that I'll be participating, will you?
당분간은 비밀로 두는 편이 좋다고 해서 말이야.
I was told to keep this a secret for now.
이제 와서 그런 부탁을 한다고 내가 그걸 들어줘야 할 이유가 있나?
Tell me one reason I should do that favor now. I should do you that favor now. For someone who supposedly doesn't care, Shichin appeared rather hurt as she took a moment to glare at Honglu, biting her lower lip. Then suddenly strode right up to him.
이게 정말 오빠의 선택은 맞아?
Is this even your call, brother?
아니면 그냥 저쪽이 시켜서 하는 것뿐이야?
Or are you just following their orders? Shy Chichin gestured to the rest of us with her chin. But it's not... We didn't even want to do this. This was higher ups and... Whatever.
내가 가주대전에 참가하는 건 이미 정해진 일일 텐데 그걸 궁금해하는 거라면
My participation in the family hierarchy war is already decided. If you're still curious to know why, then...
시춘 너는 내 선택이라는 것에 중요한 의미가 있다고 생각하는 거야?
Shichun, do you believe that my choices carry any significant meaning?
아, 또 그렇게 나오겠다는 거지.
Oh, I see what's up. This crap again.
가주대전이 어떤 의미인지 알면서 내가 왜 그런 걸 물어봤는지 모르겠다고?
So you already know what participating in the war means, but you just have no idea why I'd ever ask you something like that, huh?
대답은 됐어? 더 말 섞을 필요 없겠네.
Fine. Looks like I don't even need to hear your reply. There's no point in trying with you anymore.
그런 얄팍하고 허튼 마음으로 어디까지 살아남을지 보는 것도 재밌겠다.
At least I'll have fun watching how far you get with that shallow, meaningless attitude of yours. I don't think that's a fair assessment. Shai Shichun appeared pretty distressed after that exchange, so I was about to say something when Pilot, who had been fiddling with the radio behind Swad, began shouting urgently.
과장님, 곧 가마한대가 도착한답니다.
Pelican's been seen coming this way.
어제를 생각하면 오늘은 푹 쉬면서
I'd like to chill a bit today. Yesterday was too tough. Let's head on over so we can at least relax on the way there.
지금 온 건 우리가 먼저 탈게.
Nope, we're taking this one.
어차피 양보해주는 거엔 도가 탔을 거 아니야, 오빠.
You never think twice about giving up things to others anyway, do you, brother?
그런 게 어딨어? 공평하게 그 있잖아, 가위바위보라든가.
What the heck do you mean? Come on, let's do this fair and square with, rock, paper, and scissors.
차라리 가주대전도 가위바위보로 결정하자고 하지 그래?
Wow, sure. Why not decide the next hierarch with a game of rock, paper, and scissors too? How's that? Shai Chichen gave us a wary grin before leaving. Wei followed her wordlessly.
아이고, 겨우 좀 친해졌나 했더니
Boy, and I thought we were finally making some friends out here.
저기 있다. 가마를 기다리고 있는 걸 보니
Tonfas?
의뢰자가 말한 후보가 분명해.
Not exactly a main. I tend to flip around whenever. I'm legitimately the type of person that enjoys playing multiple characters in games, like a fighting game. Even Rivals, I like playing a bunch of the strategists. So like whenever I'm like kind of happy where I am with one character, I'll play a different character, and then I try that again and again and again. I jump around like all the time. Look, over there, there's a group waiting for a palanquin. One of them must be the candidate the client told us about.
저쪽에서 몰려오는 괴한들이.
Everyone, there's a group of hostile-looking people coming our way.
후보를 노리고 습격을 지시한 자가 사이와뿐은 아니었을 테지. 관리자님, 다음 가마가 오기 전까지 잡졸들을
Shi
처리하는
Yiwa
편이 좋을
is
것 같습니다.
unlikely to be the only one who's going after the other candidates. Executive manager, we best take care of them before the palanquin arrives. Yeah, what can we do, right? Starting in a fight then.
먼저 끝내고 돌아오는 친구는 맛있는 거 사줄게. 물론
Swift ambushing stranger. I like that they use tonfas. Huh. Bleed, tremor. Bleed, tremor. Gain shield would each have a negative effect on self. Ooh. Interesting. Okay.
내놓고 있도록. 육척.
효과적이네요. 이 방식을 기억하는 게 좋겠어요. 저거 봐, 쟤 휘청거리고 있다.
There's 10 enemies. Release? Yeah. It's a wave fight.
떨거지면 잘라낸다.
완벽한 한방. 시원한걸? 이런 동료들 상태에 신경 좀 쓰셔야 할 것 같은데요, 관리자님.
떨거지면 잘라낸다.
무식이죠 발견이.
실밥이 터졌나?
흉터의 결과요.
They're putting up slightly more of a fight than I was expecting. Should still be fine though.
내 안에 갇혀 죽어라.
Yeah, right now I just need sanity.
모든 결과들은 하우스트가 알아요.
될수 있겠죠? 혈이 난자.
사냥이 성공적이었네요. 이 흐름대로
Turn 5.
사냥을 끝내러 가보죠.
4 out of 10, 2 are nearly dead.
목을 내놓고 있도록.
그렇지 않은 것.
무쳐 잠들어.
Opening turns were a little bit rough, but this should be fine from now on. There we go.
방금 전에는 굉장했다고.
5, so we're still halfway through.
인정할걸?
No, it's worth it.
목을 내놓고 있도록.
Barbara Otis is pretty nice.
꿈을 꾸러 가자.
Even if my very slight bias is more towards Ryoshu.
준비해.
아름다운 것. 그렇지 않은 것. 와, 엄청난 공격이었어. 기념할 만한걸?
Again.
흉터의 결과요.
Easy.
더 이상 식별되는 적은 없습니다.
No more signs of enemy reinforcements, the executive manager.
그래도 전날처럼 끝도 없이 몰려오진 않아서 다행이네요.
At least there's an end to them this time. The guys that attacked us when we first got here ran less.
오, 그때 그때는 얄팍한 술수에 속아 넘어갔었으니까요.
Well, that's because we walked right into a trap then. Shallow, but still.
그보다 기분이 많이 상하신 듯 보였죠.
Anyway, Shichin appeared pretty hurt by that, didn't she?
그런데 이번 일은
Honestly though, I get why she feels so betrayed.
우리가 들었던 헝룬의 가족을 생각해봐. 그 난리통 속에서 유일하게 동맹의 여지가 생겼던 사람인데 갑자기 배신이라니.
Remember all those stories about Honglu's family we heard? Imagine you're one of their kids, thinking that you finally found like a potential ally in your family, only for him to pretty much stab you in the back last minute.
그러게요. 괜히 지켜보고 있는 저도 덩달아 민망해질 뻔했지 뭐예요.
Yeah, right? It was really awkward for me too, even though I wasn't exactly involved. So, I still don't know how to pronounce her name and I feel so bad. Chimed in nonchalantly as though it wasn't her who pulled the plug on our alliance at the last second. Anyways, where's our escort? I can't imagine that H Corp can't afford to send us guards with the palanquin. If this family loved each other enough to send escorts for their safety, I doubt they'd be holding a cutthroat ceremony like the family hierarchy evaluations. No, you're right. I think that's a fair assessment. It's a world where might makes right, where the strong prey on the weak. People won't bat an eye even if one of the dozens of candidates is found dead in some ditch on the road. Oh, sorry Honglu. I must have been running my mouth again without thinking about how that sounds. Someone usually stopped me before I got too far.
개념치 마세요. 다 맞는 말일 뿐인걸요.
Don't worry, you didn't say anything wrong.
저도 다른 집들은 이렇지 않다는 걸 깨닫기까지 조금 오래 걸리긴 했지만
It took me a while to realize that other families weren't like this, but
있는 그대로의 지금의 불쾌함을 느낄 필요는 없으니까요.
there is no reason to be upset by the way things are. That is a very... The very Taoist feel is still carrying over. Got it? For some reason I can click on that. Do you hear those ominous bells ringing? Who could they be tolling for? What's that ominous metallic noise? The tolling of bells. Bells with a resonance unlike that of any other, normally marked by their clarity. This bell is muddled, as if it toils for ill fortune on the horizon.
이 소리를 들으니까 고향에 왔다는 게 더욱 실감나네요.
Wow, that bell sure is a resounding reminder that I'm home again.
이 종소리는 일정 시기가 되면 반드시 들려오는 소리랍니다.
It's a bell that tolls every once in a while. You can hear its resonance from anywhere in Hongwon. It's Restruction Day. It's Restructuring Day. But the Restructuring Day already... She trails off, unable to finish her sentence as a brutal scene unfolds before us. Wait, but the restructuring already happened. Are you guys seeing this? The buildings are all starting to shift. It was as Ishmael said, the buildings, all tethered to a complicated network of rails, were either rising from or sinking into the earth. Movement has been observed from every building in the vicinity. Everything is changing.
어젯밤에 작달막한 소란이 있긴 했으나 이 정도의 규모는 아니었네만.
The localized shifting of structures we had observed yesterday night were not as sweeping as this. So those were minor in comparison to now?
밤중에 보셨던 건 제적일의 전조 현상이었을 거예요. 공간의 재분배를 위해
What you saw last night must have been a premonition of the restructuring day, nudging some buildings to their positions for a smoother overall redistribution of space. Wait, so buildings just move at intervals here?
제대로 된 시작은 지금부터일 테죠.
Now this is the real deal.
그게 전조 현상이었다고요?
That whole mess was just a premonition?
지금의 홍원보다도 훨씬 전에 H사 남긴
It's a remnant of an old H-Corp that was here long before current Honglan. The structure has been here for a while, so we can't quite know the nature or the purpose of its singularity. But at this moment,
지금은 현 H사의 제적일 기준에 맞게
they shift based on current H-Corp's restructuring standards. So they've been doing this. It's just now that they move in accordance to current standards.
모든 것은 하루아침에 이뤄지는 소리.
The world's assembly shifts overnight.
최선을 다해서 노력했다면 두려울 것이 없네.
Yet those who toiled and toiled have not to fear.
살만하지 않겠는가? 조금이라도 발붙일 자리가 생겼다는 건.
Is it not joyous to have a place to rest your feet tonight?
만약 그게 아닌 자가 있다면 어쩔 수 있겠나?
To those who weren't availed of fortune, this is simply the reality to bear.
그저 조용히 물러가서 운명을 받아들이는 수밖에.
Only choice is to retreat in silence, to accept your fate as one might.
그 다음 달을 기다리면서 이 몸뚱이 하나 건사할 방법을 궁리해야지.
Await the coming month, ponder how one might save their skin.
오늘은 몇 명이 떨어지고 몇
How many shall plummet today, and how many shall remain?
부디 모든 걸 너무 꽉 움켜쥐고
Hold
있지
on not to all
마시게.
things too tight. Wait,
놓아야 할 때를 모르고 떠나야 할 때를 모른 척하게 될 테니
for you may lose sight of when to let go and feign ignorance when you must take flight.
제주립의 말로는 영원한 추락인가.
The consequence of reassembly for the evicted is an endless plummet. Wait. I'm like instantly getting the vibe that it's going for. The world's assembly shifts overnight. Yet those who toiled and toil have not to fear. Is it not joyous to have a place to rest your feet tonight? To those who are in a veil of fortune, this is simply the reality to bear. Only choice is to retreat in silence, to accept your fate as one might. Await the coming month, ponder how one might save their skin. How many shall plummet today, and how many shall remain? Hold on not to all things too tight, for you may lose sight of when to let go and feign ignorance when you must take flight. It's about earthly attachments. Like this song? I can only describe it as a song, is very Taoist. More so in the nature of impermanence and how things are constantly moving and shifting, or ever changing. Hold on not to all things too tight, for you may lose sight of when to let go and feign ignorance when you must take flight. The impermanence of things.
보고만 있기에는 괴로운 광경이구려.
What a terribly distressing sight to behold, unable to do aught to help. But do you necessarily need to do something to help?
이것도 H사의 특징인가요?
Is this another one of H-Corp's idiosyncrasies?
다른 등지에도 부의 척도를 재는 특출난 가치가 존재하지 않던가요?
I don't know. Didn't other nests also have their own measures of one's wealth?
T사가 시간을 재화로
As
썼던
C
것처럼
Corp makes
말이야.
use of money as currency. As makes use of time as currency.
맞아요. 이곳 홍어는 그 척도와 재화가 공간의 소유 규모인 단이라는 단위로 결정된답니다.
Exactly. H Corp's measure of wealth and currency is based on how much space a person owns, measured by a scale they call rooms.
소유한 건물의 면적이 곧 재산의 척도라는 말이구려.
Id S, the measure of one's space, is the measure of one's wealth.
네. 그래서 한 달에 한 번
Exactly.
노동의 가치와 소득의 양에 따라서 각자가 가지고 있는 공간의 면적이
So once every month, the
정해집니다.
worth of each person's labor and the quantity of their income are measured to determine how much space they are assigned.
잘 살고 있다가 갑자기 내 집에서 밀려난다는 거야?
So they can just kick me out of my home for no reason. Don't worry, Greg. That is a constant for various reasons.
아니 뭔 그딴 해괴망측한 규칙이 다 있나?
What kind of ridiculous rule is that?
이곳에서 한 번도 나고 자란 적 없는 저희야.
Well, it might appear that way to outsiders like us, but
오래전부터 존재했던 홍원의 규칙인데
the calculations behind these redistributions are meticulously designed and have been here for a long time. So it seems to me that everyone just accepts them as a natural part of their lives. The harder you work, not necessarily harder, but the more value you get means the more space that you're able to retain. But all because you're also making a consistent amount of money, it doesn't necessarily mean that somebody else can't eventually just make more. And if that person ends up making more than you still end up getting moved. It is potentially an ever-shifting. It prevents you from stagnating.
그럼 홍루 씨도 직접 보신 적이 있으세요?
Have you seen this happen in person too, Honglu?
이 제적일이라는 것이요.
This restructuring day.
보았죠.
I have.
제 방에 있는 난간에서 가끔 바깥의 풍경들을 바라보고 있으면
Sometimes I'd watch the cityscape from behind the railings of my room.
아주 멀긴 했지만 분명히 보이곤 했어요.
It happened far, far away from me, but I could see it all very well. His expression remains tranquil and still as he calmly reminisces. It was like then, when he was merely watching the featureless scenery pass him by.
제가 살았던 대관원은 제적일에 별 관심이 없었어요.
Dagwon Yuan, my old home, was never too concerned about the restructuring days. We'd get more rooms some days, but we'd never ever shrink.
그래서 저는
So I've never been affected by these restructuring days. I only ever witnessed them as they happened beneath me, high up in my room.
너는
You? You're fine. I thought there was anything you could have done, but you just sat on your hands and watched all this shite. Heathcliff trailed off, but I could see that he was gritting his teeth. He's getting a lot better at, like, retaining his anger. Another palanquin's coming. Palanquin? Palanquin. Palanquin.
타러 가시죠.
And there's your ride. I think we've chatted enough, so let's get you guys going. This is a palanquin?
네. 그래도 여럿이서 타도 될 만큼 큰 가마를 보내주셨네요.
Yep, looks like they sent us a palanquin. Large enough to comfortably seat a big crowd of people together. Young Master Jaibo Young Baiyu. Baoyu. And his 12 honored guests, is that correct?
13인데요?
It's 13 to be exact. But I thought Swad wasn't invited. Those were hosters. I was told that young Master Baoyu's faction was just 12 people. Upon hearing that, Swad began aggressively striding toward him, causing the Palanquin bearer to shrink in fear. Slow down, lady.
12 맞는데요?
We are 12 people. What's wrong?
설마 당신 눈에는 이게 멀쩡한 세가의 인원으로 보이시나요?
I mean, don't tell me this thing looks like a normal contributing member of a clan to you. Sod suddenly grabbed my shoulders and presented me before the bearer like I was some product.
홍원에서는 흔한 머리는 아니지만 이건 의치 아닌갑쇼?
I mean, that's a pretty unique head this one's got here. I don't think I've seen anything like it around here in Hongwan. But isn't that just a prosthetic in the shape of a clock, I guess, but still. I mean, let me ask you something. Can you imagine why anyone in their right mind would stick a clock where their head's gotta go? Even if they were hurting for cash? No way, ma'am. Never. There are way more versatile biomodifications available here in Hongwan than whatever that hack job is. Nobody in their right mind would. Exactly, right? No idea what went down, but this fellow here sure seems to have fallen on hard times. Too bad we live in a world where such misfortune can befall an honest soul like them. Boy, oh boy, looks like that one's got scammed. A nasty scam too. Whatever backstreets they got that from must have been a real scoundrel who did it. Let me show you what this prosthetic can do. And look, even a clock isn't on time, and this poor person is barely conscious. Look, all they can do is make weird ticking noises because they don't even have a mouth. Those are some pretty darn hurtful things to say, but I decided not to take them at face value. It was pretty obvious what she was trying to do. Somebody tell Suad I'm getting dizzy. You weren't kidding. Who could have done something so awful? It's a real blessing that young Master Baoyu got such a kind-hearted soul. He simply could not walk past the Timepiece Imperium selling this human being like they're some tool or a toy. So he picked them up to get their head replaced with something proper. Hongwan's got more than enough resources for something like that, right? Well, you're not wrong there. It's easy to swap out your whole body as long as you've got the cash to burn. What? A new head for me? Right? See what I mean? So that's why they told you that the young Master Baoyu only has 12 people in his faction, including yours truly. Well, I see your point, but we can't just let all of us aboard. Yes, our young master fully understands the moral conundrum you find yourself in, so we'd like you to offer this tiny token of tiny token of appreciation. Suade produced some bills from her pocket and slowly slid them into the palanquin bearer's own. Oh man, oh lady, you really shouldn't do this. I really shouldn't. Oh, and another thing. I'm sure I don't need to tell you this, but if a word of this gets out, things might get pretty messy for both of us. And that doesn't have to happen, does it? Indubitably, ma'am. I'm doing this purely out of the goodness of my heart. After all, what's a free ride for the downtrodden, eh? She is really... She can be very forward when she wants to be. Seems to me the bloke's doing this purely out of interest of the fatness of his wallet. Most drawn out and annoying bribe. She is very delicately murdering him with kindness. Stop gossiping over there and get on board. Wait, are we leaving Pilot alone here? Pilot seemed to have noticed me staring in his direction. He stopped fidgeting with the radio and waved at us. Don't you worry about me and have a safe trip over there. I've got some stuff to handle on the outside. Really? Ooh, this is fancy. Whoops. Pilot deserves to relax in some capacity. This design is more akin to an extravagant limousine than a palanquin. Look, a bottle of champagne. Can I chug this? Of course not. Drinking while on a mission is... With a quick clap, Suade promptly put an end to the hubbub that the unexpectedly flashy appearance of a palanquin caused. Her demeanor had shifted entirely into that of a calm and collected strategist, a far cry from the person who was chatting up a storm with the bearer just a minute ago. Time to get to work, everyone. It's pronounced palanquin? Palanquin. I honestly don't know. I don't know why my nose is so itchy. I don't know if it's palanquin or palanquin. It might be palanquin. I'm getting messed up because I keep wanting to say palanquin. Like, that is specifically a me error. Actually, why are you... No, you're better off on this.
카니발 타임.
Or a pelican.
그리고 그 후엔
Then you'll...
잠깐.
Wait.
밖이 소란스럽군.
Something's going on outside. Not long after Swade paused over Otis's remark, a grating speaker whine rang out, followed by a worried voice of the bear on the other end. And we're under attack.
평탄하다 했더니
I thought things were getting a little too easy. It's no surprise that the other candidates are trying to eliminate us just in case. Why am I not surprised? Oh, this one's just quick right into the fight.
먼저 끝내고 돌아오는 친구는 맛있는 거 사줄게. 물론 회사 카드로.
죄를 새겨주겠어.
They rolled decently high too. I mixed up palanquin and palanque. Palanque?
이 방식을 기억하는 게 좋겠어요.
Palanquin. That makes a lot more sense. Palanquin and palanque. Palanque. I think I've heard of a palanque before, but I don't fully remember. Palanquin.
쟤네 정신을 못 차리는 걸? 차라도 했나?
This should be fine. Palanque is a Mayan city that is also the name of a boss in La Mulana. Wait, no, I've heard of that one before.
망설임이 없도록.
I think I've heard of it before, but I'm definitely not familiar.
나이스! 하나 제꼈다.
This ancient alien spaceship, like, I think I've definitely heard of that before. That sounds familiar, but I probably need to see, like, a specific image.
아무튼 올라온 한 방울로 그렇지 않은가?
Silly enough. Okay.
나이스! 하나 제꼈다.
Okay, this fight went a lot easier.
망설임이 없도록.
엄청난 공격이었어. 기념할 만한걸?
Oh my god. She very barely got that.
그렇지 않은가? 밀감을 준비야. 캠퍼스로 돌아갈 수 있다. 그치?
Is this excessive? Perhaps. But it's funny.
나이스! 하나 잡혔다.
된다. 서를 건너.
I got another Requiem.
누군가를 베는 건 생각보다
I love having Rodian as one of my announcers. Why am I at 7? That's 7 deployed sinners.
자, 맞서보죠. 우리들에게
I swear I've seen that game before. I swear I've seen that game before, but I do not fully remember. Wait, were the last... Hang on. Were like the last two fights, were the last two fights 7 sinners? Because I didn't notice before. Like, that might have just been entirely me not paying attention.
먼저 끝내고 돌아오는 친구는 맛있는 거 사줄게.
Defense, okay.
물론 회사 카드로.
Honestly, I'm kind of glad that I'm able to use my slashing teams a little bit more. Like, it was very convenient that I ended up getting my late lineage Salsu like right before the season started.
완벽한 한방. 시원한 걸.
Plus, it also gives me a reason to run one of my favorite Ryoshi's. 72 on a bad coin, too. Faust, please.
나이스. 하나 잡혔다.
Okay, that lined up perfectly.
아무튼 놀라운 한방이네요. 와, 엄청난 공격이었어. 기념할 만한 걸.
Come on.
일격에 저렇게나?
He got off the horse. Whatever. I also just realized this hasn't, at least with the IDs that I have, hasn't given me a reason to use Hong Lu, so I don't know whatever statuses he might get for this content. But that's mainly due to me not having, like, a real slashing ID for him. There we go.
젖는다, 단테. 가서 빨리 때려 눕히자고.
I love how excited Rodian is.
꿈을 꾸러 가도록.
Easy.
승부수가 먹혀들었군. 판세는 완벽히
Petals.
우리에게
Wait.
있었다.
Ooh.
정착지를 찾을 때까지 이 기세를 잃지 않기를.
This background art is gorgeous.
대관왕 입성이요.
Entering Dagwanwan. Dagwanwan. Now. Despite some troubles on the way, it seemed that we managed to arrive at our destination mostly unhurt. Dagwanwan, Honglu's old home.
시간이 얼마 남지 않았네요.
We're running out of time.
파우스트 씨, 제 작전의 핵심.
Faust, I'm sure you understood the most important part of my plan, right?
그리 보기 좋은 광경은 아닐 거라.
It is unlikely to be a pleasant sight to behold.
핵심은 그들이 여러분을
Remember, the plan hinges on your patience, everyone. You have to remain calm and wait, even if they freak out and actively try to kill you.
질에 겁을 먹고 처리하라는 명이 떨어질 수
There's a chance they might panic and immediately order for the sinners to be executed on the spot. However, it is unlikely that the person whose responsibility is to judge the next family to judge the next family hierarch of Hongwan will make such a hasty response.
그렇죠. 상대의 그릇이 크기만
Exactly.
하면
Everything's going to be fine as long as the decider has the capacity for patience.
죽여? 뭔 얘기야?
No? Execution? What?
그럼 다음 연락은
Great. I'll follow up with a subsequent contact once you've safely completed the first round of the evaluations. So, it's our responsibility to get through the evaluations. Okay. After that cryptic exchange with Faust, Suade leapt gracefully off the moving palanquin. Palanquin. Of the palanquin as Heathcliff murmured in his half-sleep. We watched her grow smaller and smaller as the distance between us grew, but what really caught our eyes were the scattered humans that the restructuring day had evicted from their homes. They were trying to drag their broken bodies off the road, sobbing and writhing. This is horrible. There isn't anything we can do to help, but
그런 무력한 감각은 업무 효율을
such sense of futility and powerlessness will negatively impact the efficient performance of our professional obligation. Sinclair, you can be sad, but you must remember that you have a job.
차라리 반복하여 경험에
Repeated
익숙해짐을
exposure to similar stimuli is recommended to desensitize us. Just keep traumatizing yourself, idiot.
홍루 씨는 집에 돌아가시는 소감이 어때요?
So, Honglu, how do you feel about going back home after so long? Sinclair changed the subject.
글쎄요.
I don't know.
말이라고 하냐? 복잡하겠지.
Don't even need to ask him, laugh. I know it can't be easy.
나는 중간에 그냥 다시 돌아갈
As for me, believe me, I hesitated almost 1,000 times, wondering if I should just turn around and leave.
만약에 문을 두들겼는데
But if I knocked on those gates, would she... Heathcliff came to a suffocating stop, his voice trembling lightly as he did so. The other sinners stared at him in confused silence. Damn it.
뭔데요? 말을 왜 하다가 마는?
What? What is it? Why'd you stop in the middle of a... Wow, look at these cool windows. I think we could swap them out with other images. I quickly tried to swerve from the subject again, but all I got was Ishmael's scolding glare that seemed to wordlessly tell me not the time.
기억나요?
I remember.
각자의 희노애락이 있었던 도시로 향했을 때 여러분들은 모두 버스에서 각자의 풍경을 보고 있었으니까요.
I remember what happened each time one of us returned to the part of the city that held our memories. Memories of happiness, anger, sorrow, and joy. And as we traveled, I remember that they were all looking at sceneries only they could see.
로자 씨는 계속 어설프게 농담을 하시려고 했고
Rhodia, you awkwardly tried your best to crack jokes.
싱클레어 씨는 몇 번의 울음을 삼키려고 하셨죠.
Sinclair, you tried your best to hold back the welling tears again and again.
그리고 이상 씨는 오랫동안 눈을 감으셨어요.
Yisong, you shut your eyes for a long, long time.
이스마일 씨는 호수를 내려다보면서 계속 혼잣말을 하셨고
Ishmael, you couldn't stop talking to yourself while glaring down at the lake's surface.
히스클리프 씨는 잔뜩 겁을 먹어서 머리를 수없이 매만지셨어요.
And Heathcliff, I saw you scared and anxious, shaping your hair over and over again. You've really been watching us closely, huh?
우리가 그랬었나?
He really has been paying attention.
봄 가버리면 꽃잎 모두 흩어지고 자기만의 운이 찾아 제각각 돌아가리.
Spring leaves, petals scatter, and all shall turn around to find the doors to which they belong and return forevermore. Ooh! That's so clever. Spring leaves, petals scatter, and all shall turn around to find the doors to which they belong and return forevermore. The double meaning for spring leaves and then tying that into petals scatter. And all shall turn around to find the doors to which they belong and return forevermore. I really like that. I really like that line.
저는 말이죠. 다들 각자마다 모아둔 꽃잎들이 있다고 생각해요.
I think everyone has a small mound of petals they gathered for themselves.
나 없는데? 그런 걸 왜 모아?
What? I don't? Why would anyone collect something like that? It's not literal, you idiot. Then you simply haven't discovered them yet. There was still a transparent smile on his face, but I think I saw a burrowing, sinking shadow behind it. Oh. The moment I felt that, a familiar light came into view, and I immediately understood what was going on. The golden bow is close, and it is resonating with Homlung's fathoms. Shichun? They watched the flower burial of mine and mock away. Who leaves me to rest once I die? When spring passes, youth passes, as wrinkles shear it all away. Flowers pass, peoples pass, and ignorant they remain to where they hie. Honglu's mother? Why do you always recite these strange, complicated poems, Dayu?
늙지 않을 방법 같은 건 널렸지 않았어?
There are plenty of ways to remain young, aren't there?
머리카락이 희게 새지 않아도
Dayu?
봄은 지나가니까.
But we needn't see the snow in our hair to know that spring will pass. Oh, hang on. This one's giving me a lot to chew on. They watched the flower burial of mine and mock away. Who leads me to rest once I die? When spring passes, youth passes, as wrinkles shear it all away. Flowers pass, people pass, and ignorant they remain to where they hie. I don't know what that word is. Why do you always recite these strange, complicated poems, Dayu? There are plenty of ways to remain young, aren't there? He's also interpreting this too literally. Because we needn't see the snow in our hair to know that spring will pass. She's... there. They're comparing age with seasons. It doesn't need to be winter for you to know that spring has passed. You don't need to grow old to know that you aren't young anymore.
꽃잎들은 왜 네가 손수 치우고 있는 거야?
Why are you cleaning up those fallen petals?
물에 띄어보내면 되잖아. 손에 흙도 다 묻을 텐데.
Just float them away downstream. You'll get dirt on your hands.
아까운 말 하지 마라, 오라버니.
And be so wasteful.
잎들을 다 쓸어버리면 어디 가서 비 오는 소리를 듣게?
How will we hear the sound of falling rain once we sweep all the petals away?
이건 추억이야. 비 오는 날의 추억. 그러니까 버리지 않을 거야.
This is a remembrance of a rainy day, so I'm gonna treasure it.
그리고 흘러내려가 버리게 되면 꽃을 더럽히게 되잖아.
Besides, these beautiful blossoms will get so dirty in the stream if we let them float away.
부엌 오라버니도 부디 품에 있던 잎을 전부 흩어놓지는 마.
So please, don't scatter all the petals from your embrace, big bro Baiyu. Honglu. Is there anyone you miss here in Dongnuan? Dongguanyuan.
네, 없네요.
No, there isn't.
어떻게 그럴 수가 있어요?
But how's that possible? Isn't your family here? Isn't your family there?
여러 소중한
And
사람들을
a bunch of other people who are also important to you.
글쎄요. 잘 지내고 있다 믿고 있는다면
Well, as long as I believe them to be doing well.
구태여 그리운 마음을 가질 연유는 없으니까요.
There isn't any need for me to yearn to see them again. There's... It's soft, but there's a very certain type of melancholia coming from him. They watch the flower burial of mine and mock away. Who lays me to rest once I die? When spring passes, youth passes, as wrinkles shear it all away. Flowers pass, people pass, and ignorant they remain to where they high. I don't know what that word is. We needn't see the snow in our hair to know that spring will pass. Where they flee. Flowers pass, people pass, and ignorant they remain to where they flee. As wrinkles shear it all away, flowers pass, people pass, and ignorant they remain to where they leap, to where they flee. She's okay. Been like a decade since I did Shakespeare, and that's when I remember the word last. So I did take a poetry class in college. Well, not like specifically. It was specifically on like Japanese waka. But I did have somewhat of an interest when it came to poetry and like layered meanings like this. Hell, part of it's the reason why I like the Tao Te Ching so much. They watch the flower burial of mine and mock away. Who lays me to rest once I die? When spring passes, youth passes, as wrinkles shear it all away. Flowers pass, people pass, and ignorant they remain to where they flee. Because I'm trying to like cross-reference this, because they're tying flowers to spring to a person with youth, and when spring passes they're tying that to growing old in age. Because a lot of people end up thinking, God, I can't believe I'm doing this, because a lot of people end up thinking that poetry is just about rhyming. For some reason, but it's more... One thing that I really like about poetry is that it uses its space very effectively. The words picked and the relation to one another very deliberately shape the meaning of the poem itself. It's all about like it is like the connection of the symbols and how it's used together and the way that it is using it in comparison to the comparison that it's making, as well as the final point that it is also making. So they watch the flower burial of mine and mock away. That could be taken literally as in your own flower, as in like their own flower, their actual flower burial. But then it ties back to when spring passes, youth passes, as wrinkles shear it away, which also connects back to what is said about, because we needn't see the snow in our hair to know that spring will pass. That is the hint that this is supposed to be about age, about a character growing, or a person growing. Flowers pass. When a flower passes, when spring passes, it loses its petals, it turns to fall. When spring passes, youth passes. When a flowers pass, peoples pass. So when spring passes, flowers lose their petals. When youth passes, people get old. As wrinkles shear it all away, and ignorant they remain to where they flee. So it's about aging. And the question of who lays me to rest once I die, who will be there when I am dead, especially if somebody is currently mocking my flower burial. And especially if we're using the knowledge of Honglu being the very special and very catered to child, the kind of understood implication is that Dayu is the underappreciated younger sibling. The one that was kind of left to wilt and wither away. Which is why English class was important before I left school. They really do try to, like, very much nail into that STEM is, like, super important. But, like, I don't know. I always thought that English was a lot more interesting. But I also did incredibly well in English. Hell, I think I nearly got a perfect score in my, perfect score in my War in Literature class. But then... No, I think I did well. I did well in science. I did well in some of my sciences. Math, I did alright in, but I was very much more... The more creative fields, I definitely excelled more in. Why are you cleaning up those fallen petals? Just float them away downstream. You'll get dirt on your hands. Honglu, or at least young Honglu, doesn't understand the value of the fallen petals. Like, what's the point in petals if they can't remain on the flower? What's the point in... Essentially, indirectly, what the dialogue that, This is very philosophical. I like this. Why are you cleaning up those fallen petals? Just float them away downstream. You'll get dirt on your hands. Indirectly, what Honglu is saying is that why would you care about the petals once they're off the flower? Why would you care about a person once their youth kind of passes and wrinkles tear away that beauty, that surface level beauty? You'll get dirt on your hands. But Dayu sees that as wasteful. How will we hear the sounds of falling rain once we sweep all the petals away? This is a remembrance of a rainy day, so I'm gonna treasure it. April showers bring May flowers. Spring is often associated with rain, and because of rain, it often does nurture the plants that let them grow. So how will we hear the sound of falling rains once we sweep all the petals away? So even if the petals are removed from the flowers, they still have value. The petals themselves do have value. This is a remembrance of a rainy day, so I'm gonna treasure it. Besides, these beautiful blossoms will get so dirty in the stream if we let them float away. So please, don't scatter all the petals from your embrace, big brother, Baiyu. In reference to what was kind of used earlier, because Honglu said something. Yeah, because he made it in reference to petals as well. Then you simply haven't discarded them yet. That's tying back to connecting about just memory in general. So then this also recontextualizes what she's saying, or what they're saying. How will we hear the sound of falling rains once we sweep all the petals away? This is a remembrance of a rainy day, so I'm gonna treasure it. Besides, these beautiful blossoms will get so dirty in the stream if we let them float away. So please, don't scatter your petals from your embrace, big brother Baiyu. Hold on to those memories. Even if they are painful. Even if beauty fades, remember that fading as well. There is value in the memory of that rainy day. This is dense. So please don't scatter all your petals from your embrace. Honglu, is there anyone you miss here at Dongnuan? Dagguanyuan. No, there isn't. As long as I believe them to be doing well, there isn't any need for me to yearn to see them again. He's able to recognize other people holding on to their petals, but he's unable to recognize himself setting his own petals down the stream. I need to go to bed, but thank you for the stream. I love watching people that are really good at media literacy, for lack of a better term. Thank you. No, part of that is what makes doing this fun. Do you still treasure your petals? I am so on the ball.
아니요. 출가하면서 전부 흩뿌리고 왔답니다.
No, I scattered them all the day I departed my home.
그래서 이젠 비 오는 날에는 아무 소리도 들리지 않아요.
So my rainy days are now silent. I see.
보신 거죠? 단테님.
You saw that, didn't you, Dante?
제 기억을.
You saw my memory. I did. Honglu laughed. He wasn't surprised or angry that I peered into his memories. I was so on the money. I was so on the money. Whoops.
홍루 씨의 부모님은
Do you want to tell us about your parents? Or, yeah, you talked about your grandmother pretty often, right? What kind of people are they? Sinclair added carefully. Maybe he was trying to commiserate. Tenuous as that connection might have been, we were headed to his home to meet his family anyway.
두분 다 이치에 밝으셔요.
Ah, they are both very wise in the ways of the world.
할머니는 항상 저를
Grandmother
아껴주셨고요.
always treated me preciously.
어머니도 아버지도
So did my mother and my father.
아, 거의 다 도착했나 봐요.
Hmm? There's a very specific way that Honglu is speaking that is very off-putting. Not off-putting in like a very direct way, as in like he's being evasive while giving direct answers. Do you want to tell us about your parents? Or, yeah, you talked about your grandmother pretty often, right? What kind of people are they? Ah, they are both very wise in the ways of the world. Grandmother always treated me preciously. So did my mother and my father. That doesn't explain what kind of people they are. All he's effectively saying is that they are older than him, that he was protected, and that his mother and father protected him. He's not saying anything actually declarative about who they are.
정원이 보이네요.
I can see the garden. This is one massive garden.
본가 안으로 들어가려면
We still have some time before we get to the main buildings.
옛날엔 정원에서 사슴이나 토끼들도 뛰놀았거든요.
I remember the days when deer and hares would frolic out here in the garden.
이거 산책하려면 하루 종일도 걸을 수 있겠는데.
Well, I can see myself taking a long walk around here. It'd take a whole day and then some to cover the entire ground.
주로 저는 제가 살던 방
I usually lingered only around my own room. It's dangerous to stray too far, after all. It's dangerous, why?
잘못된 길을 걷다가는
There's the stranger danger, getting lost, getting targeted. Besides, it's very dark at night.
밤에는 앞이 보이지 않을 수도 있잖아요.
Well, that ain't a very big deal, is it? Kids run around, scrape their faces on the branches, trip, and eat shite on the pavement all the time. Maybe where you're from, Heathcliff.
히스클리프 씨라면 자유롭게 달리셨을 것 같아요.
I'm sure you would have run freely around the garden, Heathcliff, but it's important to always be careful.
제가 5살 때는
When I was 5, someone had lathered a deadly poison on a random tree branch.
독을?
히스클리프 씨처럼 뛰노는 걸 좋아하는 동생이 있었는데
I had a little brother who liked to frolic like you do, Heathcliff.
우연인지 딱 그 주위의 나뭇가지.
But by some coincidence, he happened to be running around the same tree that had its branches lathered in poison.
어떻게 되었는가?
But what hath transpired thereafter?
괜찮아졌을 거예요.
I'm sure he got better.
스빈이 100밤만 자고 나면 괜찮아질
Jiren
거라고
told me
했거든요.
he'll be just fine after 100 nights rest.
스빈은 언제나
100?
똑똑했으니까 그렇게 되었을 거예요.
And because Jiren was always so smart, I'm sure it happened exactly as she said. You're... He's very... I want to find the right words, but the way he's very specifically talking about his family, or at least in relation to his family, is both evasive while also being very... How do I say... purposefully disengaged. It's a lot of, oh, well, they were right. Or, oh, well, that person's very smart. So, they were right. I'll assume that they were right about what they said, and just kind of leave it at that. Like, I'm sure it worked out because they told me this stuff before, and they said that they were right. Or, it's very taking people on... It's taking them very much at their word. He's speaking in such a specific way, it's hard to find the words. I need like a better example. Da Hua Ting. Entering Da Hua Ting now. It was long before our arrival to a new place within Dagwan Nuan was made known by the palanquins bearers Sonorius? Wow, that's like 3 words I'm struggling with in the same sentence. More buildings? What's Da Hua Ting mean anyway?
쉽게 말하면 연애를 여는 방이라고 할까요?
Grand Flower Hall. So I think you could call it a place. I think you could call it a place for banquets. So you host banquets in this village-sized venue? Is that a lake over there?
아, 그건 연못이랍니다.
Nope, it's a pond. That's not that big of a difference. That's a massive body of water to just have on your grounds.
도착하면 저랑 시춘이를 환영하는 자리가
Once we
마련되어 있을
arrive, we'll
거예요.
find ourselves a welcoming party for Shichen and me.
아, 로자 씨도 오랜만에 정말
Rhodia, you
배부르게
should be able to
드실 수
stuff
있겠네요.
yourself to your heart's content this time. It's been a while, hasn't it?
도착하기 전부터 이렇게 설렌 적은 처음인 것 같아.
I don't think I've been this excited in a long time.
저건 배인가요? 배를 정박해둔 거예요?
Is that a ship over there? You have a ship?
아, 네. 가끔 뱃놀이를
We'd sometimes go out boating.
아, 그리고 연못 저
Oh, and Shichen's building is right across that pond. What do you mean Shichen's building? You each get a building of your own? Yes, we do. So when I first departed from Hongwan, I found the concept of an entire family living under the same roof so fascinating.
이래서는 가족끼리 얼굴 한번 보기도 힘들겠네만.
Alas, it would be quite the challenge for thy family to see one another. This is such a good... This is such a good triplet of kantas to have, like, one after the other. Especially Don Quixote's being so connected with her family, and then Hong Lu's with his, and then Ryoshu's with hers, like immediately coming up after.
그러기 위해서 따로 쓰는 걸요?
And that's exactly why we each get a building.
이거 대화가 제대로
Are we even
이어지는
talking about the same thing here? Yeah, they live together. They live together in the very vague sense. They live together in a very vague sense while on the same grounds, while having the space and kind of taking up space. But they each have their own space. They are technically together, but they are still separate from one another. Whereas, like, the burdens that Dawn's dealing with now is very much of the weight of her family very presently being directly on her and within her. Whereas Hong Lu is very estranged from his family.
이럴 거면 베케이션을 처음부터 홍로군의 집으로 잡아주지 그리하였어.
Alack for woe, we have merrily enjoyed our vacations at young Hong Lu's residence all along.
곤란해요, 돈키호테 씨.
That wouldn't have worked on Quixote. When I left home, grandmother and the others really impressed upon me that
때가 되면 자연스럽게 발걸음은 돌아올 것이니 그 전까지는 많은 것을 그저 보고 있으라고.
the footsteps shall eventually bring you home when the time is right. Thus, witness, and only witness, as much of the world as you may before you make your return. You'll eventually come back when the time is right. But until then, witness as much of the world as you can before you make their return.
언제 오려나 했는데 시간이 속절없이 흘러 정말 와버렸네요.
I was wondering when that would be, but time really slipped through our fingers, and just like that, it brought me here. Most sinners did not welcome their turn. Some of them were even terrified of it. Sometimes they had to confront what they'd been avoiding all their lives. And for some, important things that were once forgotten were lost. or lost were waiting for their return. But the reluctance is really not surprising at all. I don't think I'd welcome an opportunity to get my memories back. I don't think I'd welcome an opportunity to get my memories back with open arms if it was thrust upon me out of nowhere, especially if I was getting dragged there against my will. But despite the fact that it couldn't be more obvious that his turn had arrived, Hong Lu was as tranquil as he ever was. He's always been able to remain aloof no matter what happens. Maybe it won't be different this time either. But even so, can I judge that so hastily? Young Master Banii of the Jia family has returned. Once again, the palanquins bear a deep, full-throated pronouncement of our arrival. The door opened.
필요하실 텐데 어서 들어오세요.
Here we are. You must all be so tired. Come in, come in. Leaving behind the sinners, who were still reeling from the astronomical level of opulence at display, Hong Lu bounced slightly off the palanquins and moseyed into the building. Quite the light-footed steps he take, unhindered by excitement nor trepidation. Right? Rich boy's got nothing to fear because he's used to this kind of poshness. That's all this is. Specifically, all three of these have had their turn so far. Verily, this may be a subtle expression of the teensy part of him that longeth to see his family again. Aww. It means a lot that it was Dawn that said that. I find myself beset by overwhelming vastitudes and objects of great magnitude. Just how many servants do they have?
술시가 되면 할머니가 방문하신다네요.
Grandmother will visit us once due hour arrives.
연애는 그때 시작될 것 같아요.
The banquet will start then, I think. Due hour?
술씨는
10부시부터 21시
The Zhu hour refers to the time between 1900 and 2100. This is a unique time system used in certain regions of the East. I think I've heard of that before. In addition, it would be best to remember that Hong Lu's grandmother, Shai Jimu, is a hierarch of Da Guanwan. It would not be an incorrect assessment to see her as the ruler of the Hongwan. Your relative is the head of a wing. I see. This is really high up in terms of power structure then. Yes. She'll be handing that over to the next heir pretty soon. Wait. That means this family hierarchy entire competition is about who becomes the next head of a wing. Why now? What does she seek to achieve by abdicating at this precise time? Otis, as she probably saw an ulterior motive behind every move, inquired. She's been saying that her time would eventually come, that she's carried this responsibility for too long. Bet she'd be pretty shocked to hear that you'll be taking part in the family hierarchy war. I don't know about that. Maybe she'll take it well. There's never been a reason for me to bother participating, but there wasn't a reason for me to not either. Wait. There's never been a reason for me to bother participating, but there wasn't a reason for me to not either. He's either implying that he'd be well off regardless, or... I think he's just implying that he'd be well off regardless, or that his status wouldn't change regardless. Hey, there's Shichun and way over there. Looks like they both arrived safely. Shy Shichun, who arrived before us, shot us a brief glance before looking away with exaggerated disinterest. Shichun just turned her back on us. Well, didn't take long for things to become super awkward. We must capture this opportunity to seat ourselves adjacent to young Shichun. Too late, we are forever banned from ever getting anywhere near her. Yet wherefore? We are no longer Shy Shichun's faction. Her hostility is to be expected. Things have changed. Us versus them, in-group versus out-group. Deception and treachery are natural parts of war. An ally today may as well become an enemy tomorrow. And that's a funny way to say I don't have any friends. Ah, there are my parents. Hold on, we're walking right up to him, blindly. At least tell us their names. He cares. He cares enough about making a good impression to, like, his friend's parents.
아버지 조남은 가시 정, 그리고 어머니는 대관원에서 왕부인이라고 불리신답니다.
Father's name is Zang of the Ji family, and in Daguanwan, they call my mother Lady Wang.
출가 이후 처음으로 인사 올립니다.
I greet you for the first time since my departure.
가시 보, 지금 귀가했습니다.
Bayou of the Ji family has returned home.
벌써 왔느냐?
That's your response? You're early?
보가 이게 몇 년 만이니?
Dear Bayou, has been too many years.
오랜만에 얼굴을 보니 정말이지 반갑기가 그지없구나.
To see you again after so long, it's so good to see your face. I don't know what I should even say. She really misses him. The father, Ji Zong's eyes dart nervously between us and Hong Lu. Meanwhile, his mother gingerly brings him in for a careful embrace, as though she was in the presence of something so utterly, deeply moving. It was more than the pure joy of reunion. That's really sweet. So they're Hong Lu's parents.
극진히 환영해주시니 감사해요.
Thank you so much for your hospitality. You have certainly spared no expenses.
그런데 같이 온 분들은
So who are these people you've come here with?
대단한 숫자는 아니지만
Well, there aren't too many of them. They are my friends I made out in the world.
부하라고 소개하던 누구보단 낫네요. 그죠?
At least he's not introducing us as his lackeys like a certain someone I know.
야, 그거
Hong Lu's mother slowly turns around to look at us. I mean, it's a weird thing to say, but... Somehow, it almost felt like she was looking down at each of us, one by one.
반가워요. 우리 보기가 어릴 때부터 참 고집이 많았던 아이여서 어쩌면 같이 다니기에 조금 고생스러웠을 텐데.
I'm so glad to meet you all.
잘 보살펴.
Baoyu's always been such a stubborn child. I'm sure he was quite the handful to accompany you on your journeys. I hope you can still embrace him despite every...
집이요? 홍루 씨가요?
Stubborn? Hong Lu? Whatever it was she said, they did not seem all too happy to hear that. Dear Baoyu.
왜 친구분들이 너를 그런 이름으로 부르게 두는 거니? 선인들께서 점치해주신 너의 고귀한 이름을 두고.
Why do you allow your friends to call you by that name? What of your noble, blessed name bestowed upon you by the revered Jiren, our elders? I've heard that name before.
뭐야? 왜 갑자기?
What's going on with her? Hong Lu reached out and gently, yet indifferently, held his mother's violently trembling hands.
당연하잖아요, 어머니.
Of course I would, mother.
이름이니까요.
Because the name is too noble indeed.
그렇지. 아무나 입에 담을 만큼 가벼운 이름이 결코 아니니.
It is not a name that any rabble should so heedlessly speak.
아무렴 그렇고 말고.
There's a lot of very subtle but heavy social politicking going on here.
이쪽도 원래 이름이
Like throughout this whole kanto so far. Do you always have an old name and a new name?
그거 있잖아. 피사의
Wait.
성능을 보고 보옥도련님.
Do you also have an old name and a new name? Don't you remember? Back in P Court, Wei called Hong Lu young Master Baoyu.
지난번 홍원에서 결투할 때도 가시 가문의
Also, remember how he announced himself before that duel on the day we arrived at H Court? He introduced himself as Baoyu of the Ji family. The Zhai family. I don't know how to pronounce it. I thought it was a pseudonym back then though, given the circumstances.
우리랑 다르게 고귀하신 이름이다 이거냐? 그러면 달키라도 하나.
Well, it ain't like us calling your real name's gonna cheapen its nobility or whatever.
고작 이름인데 부른다고 닳진 않아요. 아, 하지만 닳는다고 믿으시는 분들도 계셨던 것 같네요.
It's just a name, so you can say it as many times as you want, and it won't depreciate in whatever value it has. Oh, but some people do actually believe that it does, I suppose.
여기저기서 쓰고 다니지 않은 건 잘했구나.
It was wise of you to refrain from using that name.
그래. 네 소중한 이름이 저자에 널리 퍼지면 너를 암습할 자가 얼마나 많겠니. 당장 이곳에서도.
To let your precious name be known among the plebeian populace is to encourage knives in the dark to strike, even here too.
모친의 말씀대로 홍루 씨의 본명은 H사에 한 번이라도 연이 닿은 자라면 충분히 홍원의 일원이라는 걸 알아차릴 수 있는 지명도를 갖고 있죠.
It is as your mother says, were your true name to be made known, any individual with a passing connection to H Corp would have easily connected you to Zang Hua.
대부분의 이름에는 그 근원이
It is said
담겨져
that most names are repositories of their keeper's origins.
가령 동부에서는 부모가 자식에게
In the eastern region of the city, when the parents name their children, they imbue them with meaning. It carries their wish for their children's place and use in the world. Aww, Yi-sung.
내 놈, 이름의 뜻이 뭐지?
You, what's your name mean?
제 이름은 부모님뿐만 아니라
It's significant that she asked that. She made a very specific line to the importance of names back in T-Corp. My name is a culmination of wishes, not only those of my parents, but those of many more. Not only of those of my parents, but many more. But that's the culmination of their wishes.
태어날 때부터 옥을 가지고 태어났다는 뜻이랍니다.
It means that I was born with a precious jade, shy by you.
끔찍하군. 홍루가 낫겠어.
Hong is better. I think Ryoshu kind of has the exact issue with it that I do. Please try to whisper.
나도 부르던 대로 부를란다. 혹시라도 도련님 뭐 이딴 이름으로 불러대야 한다면 차라리 길잡이 그 작자한테 몇 대 후려 맞는 게 나을 테니까.
Because it's very funny. Because Yi-sung brought it up. Yi-sung brought it up. Korean author, Yi-sung. The pun has been made multiple times to Ideal. Ryoshu, Japanese. Honglu. My name is the culmination of wishes, not only those of my parents, but those of many more. But then Yi-sung's description, in the eastern region of the city, this is also a thing that is carried over in eastern, quote-unquote eastern, names in general. When the parents name their children, they imbue them with meaning. It carries their wish for their children's place and use in the world. At least when it comes to, I can only speak when it comes to traditional Japanese names, because that is my area of expertise. Traditional Japanese names also typically had a meaning with the name itself. As opposed to more modern Japanese names where it is more kind of phonetically focused, where like it's on the sound as opposed to the word itself and the meaning behind that word. So Honglu stating that his name, the meaning behind his name and the wish that it carries from his parents is that it is a culmination of wishes not only of his parents, but those of many more. It means that I was born with a precious jade. Awful. Honglu's better. I think she prefers... the implication of that is that she prefers him without the weight of other people's wishes on him. I'll call the rich boy however I want to. If I'm ever forced to call him young Master Bayou or some servile shite like that, I'd rather take a punch or two from a guide. I could feel the horrified gaze of the servant staring at him.
네, 계속 홍루라고 불러주셔도 괜찮답니다.
I don't mind, so please continue to call me Honglu if you want.
귀빈들께선 자리에 앉아주시길 청하옵니다.
Please seat yourselves, honored guests. The food will be served soon.
야, 이게 다
That's so much food. That's so much food.
이거 진짜 먹으라고 주는 거 맞아요?
Do they actually expect us to eat all this? I don't think I've ever been intimidated by food before. There was quite literally a mountain of dishes on the table. I was starting to wonder if the purpose of these dishes was more to flaunt their wealth than feed us a reasonable amount of food.
이거 말이야. 리필 되는 거지?
What if he's I can ask for refills, right? I love a girl who can eat. Anyway, what's up with those two empty seats over there? Are we still killing time for some guests to arrive?
그건 아닐 것 같아요. 이곳에 참석하는 걸 원하지 않은 이 대관원 어딘가에 있는
I don't think so. They're probably seats for my older siblings somewhere in Dagwon-won. They probably just don't want to attend.
오늘은 저를 환영하기 위해 만들어진 자리니까요.
This is a banquet to welcome me, after all. I'm sure they believe it's a waste of time to attend. Man, they better be on some real busy schedule to miss this.
가목께서 당도하셨나이다.
Jaimu, vulnerable by her presence, graces us.
가목께서 당도하셨나이다.
Jaimu, vulnerable by her presence, graces us. With an announcement, other silence quickly devoured the busy hubbub of the banquet. Those who were sitting quickly rose to their feet and bowed, while those who were standing knelt down on all fours, their backs bent so low that their foreheads were nearly touching the floor. I am assuming those are Heisho. And the woman walking out from between them, the crowd itself parted down the middle from her sheer presence.
아, 할머니가 오셨네요.
Oh, there's grandmother. Was Honglu's grandmother, the family hierarch of H Corp and its chief executive director. Jaimu's presence was at once warm, gentle, yet immense and overwhelming, like a personification of an insurmountable mountain. We are graced by your presence, venerable Jaimu. We are graced by your presence, venerable Jaimu. Even her mother. Even her daughter. Should we bow too? I don't think you can bow any lower with your face halfway in the bowl, so it should be fine, probably. She's surrounded by Heisho too, I think. Guys, everything's gonna be fine as long as we don't do anything stupid. As everyone was bowing before Jaimu, awed and humbled. Only Honglu looked straight at Jaimu without bowing. Then he got up from his seat and walked toward her.
할머니, 오랜만에 인사드려요.
It has been a while, grandmother.
보옥도련님, 가까이 올라오시죠.
Please descend, young Master Bayou. It seemed that a special permission was needed to even stand next to her, as Honglu was allowed to approach her only after the servant gave him the go-ahead.
얼마나 고단하고 여의치 않은 여정이었느냐.
You must have walked and toiled tirelessly on your journey home.
그렇지 않아요, 할머니.
Not at all, grandmother. I was able to learn so many new things, thanks to everyone who treated me so nicely.
배움을 통달하고자 했다면 어떤 학문이든 다 빼어난 선생을 모셔 글방에 앉혀놓을 수도 있었겠지만
Had you sought to master the art of learning, no master, regardless of pursuit, would have been out of your reach. You could have learned much in the halls of erudition from them.
글방에 앉아 아무리 학문에
Yet the world
능통해졌다
taught from sheets of
하더라도
paper are
그저
simply that,
그뿐일
words on
뿐.
paper.
우리는 보기 네가 세상 물정에 능통해지고 세월을 허투루 보내지 않길 바라였다.
We wish that you, dear Bayou, would learn more learn more of the secular world, to not let flow betwixt your fingers at the time that is given to you.
네, 알아요, 할머니. 과분한 기회였다는 걸.
I know this opportunity was more than I deserved, grandmother.
그래도 가주 자리를 내려놓기
I appreciate your return all the same,
이렇게 잊지
that you
않고
have
숨겨줘서
that you have
고맙고.
deigned to return before me ere my abdication of the great responsibility.
아무래도 홍루건이 림버스 컴퍼니에 합류한 것은 일종의 그란 트리스머였던 모양이군.
Verily, it appeared that young Hong Lu signed onto Limbus Company as a Gran Turismo of sorts.
그란 트리스머? 그게 뭔데?
너희 둘 다 주둥이에 집어넣은 것 좀 삼키고 말할 수는 없나?
Can the two of you stop babbling with your mouths full?
유명한 집안의 도련님들은 본격적인 대외 활동에 나서기 전에 집안에서 여행을 보내기도 한다네.
Young masters of families, most eminent, are oft sent out to the world on a grand tour. Thus coined was this practice, Gran Turismo, if thou wilt. Therefore, they are to commence their public activities.
책으로는 배울 수 없는 다양한 경험을
The purpose is to learn the varied experiences that cannot be gained from books, to grow familiar with the world outside.
저기 있는 시춘이와는 이미 한 번 인사를 나누었다지.
I hear that you have met with Shichun in the world not long ago.
그럼요.
I have. A bright child she is, well prepared to take on the challenges of the family hierarchy evaluations, I presume.
맞아요.
I agree.
시춘이라면
I am sure Shichun will wisely overcome the trials.
그래.
Indeed.
어르신들께는 인사를 드렸느냐?
Have you paid visit to the revered elders then?
곧 방문드리려고요.
Why does that give you pause? I will soon.
왕부인도 이곳으로 올라오거라.
Lady Wang, send here as well.
송구합니다, 가문님.
With your mercy, Shaimu, of course. Hong's mother hurried up to where Shaimu stood.
하나뿐인 아들이 출가하여
It
강호를
must cause your heart great distress to have your one and only son depart his home, to wander the world beyond the hedges.
아닙니다, 가문님.
Of course not, Shaimu.
저는
Oh, I am simply so glad that my son Baiyu
이렇게 제 몫을 하는
has returned as a man who can now more than carry his own weight,
그것만으로도
and unharmed too.
바랄 게 없습니다. 그러니 보가
Thus, dear Baiyu,
재촉할 생각은 없지만 다음 출가 날짜는
I don't mean to rush, but when are you planning to depart again? Must cause your heart great distress to have your one and only son depart his home, to wander the world beyond the hedges. Of course not. Simply so glad that my son has returned as a man who can now more than carry his own weight, and unharmed too. She cares for him, but she doesn't want him by the family.
아직 정해진 건 없어요, 어머니.
Nothing has been decided yet, mother.
그렇구나. 나는 그저 이곳에 계속 머물러 있다가는 네 소임을 다하지
I am
못하고
simply concerned that were you to stay here to be prolonged, perhaps you might fade before your duties are completed.
어서 소임을 다하고 돌아와야 가모님께서 맺어주신 그 약조도 지키지 않겠니?
Complete your duties and return soon, so that the agreement Jaimu has so graciously made for us is fulfilled. What do you mean by that?
그래. 잃지도 말고 잊지도 말거라.
Lose not, forget not.
너는 우리 가문의 하나뿐인 옥이니
You are our family's one and only jade.
우리의 둘도 없는 진귀한 보물. 이 속세에 남아있지 말고 때가 되면 다시 떠나 그 가치를 다하거라.
Dear Bayou, our peerless treasure, tarry not over long in this mundane world. Leave when the time is right and fulfill your worth.
그럴게요. 할머니, 어머니.
Okay, grandmother, mother. I'm not going to jump to assumptions. But the way that that sentence was, the way that that statement was carried makes me think a specific way. I thought the sinners were doomed to chew uncomfortably through this incredibly awkward meal, but Jaimu and her retinue of Heisho left the banquet hall promptly after the exchange. It was as though they had no more reason to remain here. It is odd that they should inquire Hong Lu of his departure plans on the very welcoming of his return. Right? One moment appears they really care about him then. The appearance of that care for one's own child was also quite distinct and unusual compared to the typical display of emotional intimacy expressed in average households. Hey, Balyu. That's when an unfamiliar, chipper voice hopped jovially into our conversation. Zhu Bao Chai. Bao Chai? Wait, you're from a completely separate family. Why didn't you come see me first? I've been staying in the same building ever since you departed here, you know?
아, 보차 누나구나. 오랜만이야.
His big sister, but not of the Zhai family.
여기까지 와서 자리를 채워준 거구나. 고마워.
You've come all the way to my welcome banquet to fill a seat. I appreciate that. Had I known that you'd be coming here today, Balyu, I would have summoned everyone I could from my family to see you too. Big Bro Pon's really been itching to know how you've been doing. Yeah, sure he is. Shichun had been sitting in complete silence for the entire banquet, muttered quietly to herself. Who else have you greeted since you arrived today, Balyu? My parents and Jaimu. Really? So I'm your first then? That's a very... She would be the first person not from his direct family, especially from his immediate family, to have been greeted. She made a cheerful remark before leaning close up to his eye. Your jade is always so glimmering and pristine, Balyu. Look, I made myself a necklace in the same color as your eye and wear it every single day to constantly remind myself of you. Well, do you see it? Oh, you have. Thank you for remembering me. So are you gonna introduce us? Are you gonna introduce her to us, or? Why can't we just let that nice reunion play out, man? Ready to step forward, unable to stand to curiosity. She is? I am Bao Chai of the Zui family. I have a very profound relationship with your Bao Yu here.
깊은 인연?
A very profound relationship?
혼인을 언약한 사이니 깊은 인연이라 부르는 게 어울리지 않겠나요?
He is my betrothed, and I to him. I'd say that's pretty profound, huh?
그렇게 놀라실 일도 아니랍니다. 어르신들이 지나가듯 약속해서 맺는 인연은 워낙 흔하니까요.
It is nothing to be surprised about. These profound relationships can be established effortlessly in the simple exchange of agreements between our elders. It's an arranged marriage.
아니, 그래도 말한만이라도 해주지 그랬어.
You could have at least given us a hint.
어차피 제가 혼인을 하는 건 이 림버스 컴퍼니를 떠났을 때일
But I won't be married until I leave Limbus Company, though.
그러니 굳이
I just thought it wasn't relevant enough to share.
저 아까 살짝 들렸는데 보호기의 친구분들이시라고요?
So, sorry about overhearing earlier, but you guys are Bayou's friends, right?
보호기가 지금까지
I've been so curious to hear what kind of life Bayou lived out there. Care to share some tales of your journey with me?
소녀에게 그대들의 여행기를 들려주실 수 있을까요?
Can we skirt around the 20 or 30 odd times that Honglu possibly had died horrible deaths?
어린은 가라. 함부로 들을 이야기가 아닌데.
Don't have stories for kids. Shoo.
왜요? 저 피비린내 나는 이야기 엄청 좋아하는데.
Why? But I love stories about bloodshed.
아, 보차 누나의 취미 중 하나가 도시 괴담 서적 모으기였거든요.
One of Big Sister Bao Chai's pastimes was curating creepy stories of urban legends.
그렇다면 조금만 들려주도록 할까?
And maybe I'll share some.
다른 분들은요? 저 모험담 정말 좋아하는데.
What about everyone else? I love adventure stories. Be careful what you wish for.
자, 앉아보시게. 이제부터 끝내주게 용맹스러운 모험담의 이야기가 펼쳐질 테니. 옛날 어느 동굴에 무시무시한 곰이 살고 있었지.
I beseech thee to find a seat, for I shall now regale thee with a tale in which an adventure of most wondrous valor unfolds. Brace thyself, for this particular old and terrifying tale features a big scary bear lurking in a cavern.
식사 끝났으면 얌전히 각자가 머물 곳으로 돌아가는 게 어때?
That girl likes creepypastas. If you're finished with your meals, why don't we all go back to our residences?
시춘이는 오늘도 화가 많이 났구나.
You're so angry again, Chi-Chin. Last I heard, you lost much of your followers in a large battle. Didn't you? I'm so sorry.
안타까웠던지.
I used more than 3 handkerchiefs wiping my tears away upon hearing the news.
벌써 설씨가의 귀에도 들어갔구나.
So the Zui family's heard of it too.
맞아? 하지만 그런 건
You're not wrong, but that's irrelevant to what I've brought to the family hierarchy for.
시춘이는 언제나 자신감 있어 보여서 보기 좋은 거 있지?
Always a big fan of your confidence, Chi-Chin. It's good luck. It's a good look, you know?
그리고 보차 언니도 조심하는 게 좋을걸? 보옥 오빠 저렇게 맹하게 웃는 척하다가 뒤통수 치는 게 못 본 사이에 제주가
Oh, that reminds me. You better watch your back, big sis Bao Chai. Looks like Big Brother Bayou's learned how to sink a knife into your back with that same carefree smile.
갑자기 뒤통수 치는 게 재주가 되었다니 무슨 소리야?
What you mean by you knifing people in the back?
시춘이랑 사이가 조금 틀어졌거든.
I just had a small falling out with Chi-Chin, that's all.
아하, 시춘이가 너를 포섭하려고 했던 모양이구나.
Chi-Chin must have been trying to get you on her side, huh?
탐낼 많았을 거야.
Yeah, no wonder she wanted you on her team. Bayou's always excellent at whatever he does without stressing out or losing that happy smile.
그냥 하다 보니까 잘 되었어.
It just kind of worked out that way.
좀 재수없는 스타일이긴 했었다. 그치?
I guess he can be a bit irritating like that, huh?
저런 유형도 드물지만 있는 법이니까.
Such kind of people, though rare, indeed do exist.
그러고 보니
Oh, that reminds me.
혹시 치우 오라버니를 오다가 만난 적 있어?
Did you by any chance run into Big Brother Kui?
나는 못 보았지만 이분들은
Yeah.
만났어.
Kui? I haven't, but they have.
다행이네.
That's good. She placed her hand over her chest as though she had survived an incredibly dangerous accident, before eyeing us anxiously.
그래서 어떻게 되었어?
So what happened?
사이와를 포섭하려고 했던 건
I
알아.
do know that he was trying to ally with Shi-Hwan. Shi-Hwan. I mean, it didn't seem like anyone else was viewing that It didn't seem like anyone else was viewing that as an alliance other than Shi-Hwan himself, but it must have been pretty open secret among the candidates that Zhai Kui was trying to ally with Shi-Hwa.
같이
They cut Big Brother Yiwa's head off when he was with us.
어머, 혜미 언니, 종이 언니?
Oh my, horizontally or vertically? Horizontally.
이번이 세 번째인
So this is his third time, huh?
기와도
He was really incorrigible. He never knows when to sit and sit down. Third time.
치우 오라버니는 가주대전이 다가왔으니
Well, Big Brother Kui, I had a feeling that he'd be here when the family hierarchy war begins. Everyone in Dagwanon heard the creepy song from the back streets, you know? Gosh, things get so awkward and hostile here at Dagwanon every time there's a mention of him.
그래도 다행이지.
Well, I guess it's fortunate that he won't be coming after me once the competition begins. And why is that?
당연히 곧바를 죽이기엔 제가 지나치게 사랑스러운 탓이겠죠.
Because I'm simply too charming and adorable to kill outright, of course.
그리고 치우
Besides, whatever Big Brother Kui's goals are, they probably have nothing to do with the Zui family.
저희 설시가문은 아닐.
그럴 수도 있겠다.
I can see that. Bao Chai took a step toward Hong Lu and leaned in close to his face.
여전히 내게서 좋은 향이 나고 있는 것 같아.
Do you smell my fragrance still, Bao Yu?
보처 누나에게선
You've never reeked, big sister Bao Chai.
오, 나는 쭉 항모원에 거처하고 있어. 떠나기 전 꼭 내게
Bao Yu,
들려줘야
I've
해.
always been, and always will be, residing at Haeguayan. Promise to pay me a visit before you leave. With that, she gracefully walked out of the room.
저희도 이만 돌아가는 게 어떨까요?
Well, how about we start heading back? This place can get pretty dark around high hour. You, why'd you leave?
별거 아니랍니다.
She's just a childhood friend. I call her Big Sis and she's older than me. It's just something that we do here when one friend's a bit older.
대관원에서 제게 친절을 보여주신
She's also one of the very few in Dagwan who was nice to me. So where should we head to next?
그러게? 이런 집이면
Good question. Just going by the scale of everything in here, it should be easy to expect something real ritzy, right?
제 손님으로 오셨으니
You're my guest, so you should be able to stay at my building within Dagwan.
그리 멀지 않아서 가마
There's a walking distance from here. We should be there in no time, even on foot. He is downplaying the connection between her. At least directly himself. Like, the very reason why... like, her asking... Ow. My arm. Because she brought up, She brought up that she had not changed where she was since the last time they met. And she kept bringing up that she was, in the ginger plant garden, or she brought up that she was in the ginger plant garden, so she wanted him to recognize that ginger scent so that he would know where she is. Like, she's very, 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 into him, to say the least. Yet he's being very, I guess a way to put it would be gentle about it.
언제든지요.
It was pride and gluttony. Those were the two main skills. Pride and gluttony, pride and gluttony, pride and gluttony.
그러든가.
원하신다면
급행 주문이군요.
Pride, gluttony, pride, gluttony.
나를 불렀나?
소재가 준비됐소?
7 lineup again.
소재가 준비됐소?
책임은 뭐?
소재가 준비됐소?
자,
해방된 세상을 위해서라면
오늘도 부디 정신을 유지할 수 있기를.
자, 여기랍니다.
Ta-da, here we are.
가깝다고 한 것 치곤 꽤
That's a pretty long walk. Still technically within walking distance, but
이 홍원이라고 부른답니다.
this place is called Yihongguan, the joyous red court.
홍원에서 제일 향긋한 꽃나무로 만든
This room was made with the most
말이죠.
it was made from the most aromatic flower tree within each court. Taking a deep breath in,
이렇게 꽃내음이
you can smell the lovely fragrance of flower aroma, pervading, spreading from the very tip of your nose. It's unique to this building. So he clearly would have recognized that scent, especially if she brought up that she was by the Ginger Court so much. So he was stonewalling her.
과히 그렇구려. 보이지도 않는 것이 제법
Very much so. It is an unseen and invisible thing, yet it retains much of its pleasant, redolence? This place is huge too. You've been living here you've been living here alone all along?
네. 더 넓은 방에서 지내라고
Yes.
하셨지만
I was told to stay in a larger room, but I preferred this space more.
도련님, 오랜만에 인사드립니다. 스빈입니다.
It has been long, young master. Shaivan reporting. Oh hey, is she?
스빈.
Have you been well, Shaivan?
네, 평소와 같았습니다.
Yes. I am as I have always have been. Shaivan watched us emotionlessly as our rowdy crowd poured into the yard. Her expression did not change even when she saw Hong Lu, who presumably hadn't been home in quite some time.
이분들은 도련님의 손님이신가요?
Are they young master's guests? I will guide them to their room. Please follow me.
저는 따로 방문할 때가 있어서요.
Now that we're here, I've got to pay a visit somewhere. I'll be back soon, though.
어디를 가시는 겐가? 우리도 함께.
To where wilt thou journey? Allow us to accompany thee.
괜찮아요.
It's okay.
어르신들께 문안 인사를 드리는 것뿐인 거라.
Just on my way to say hello and pay my respects to the elders. So it'll be better if I go there alone.
자, 이쪽으로.
This way.
뭐 어느 작전이나 그랬지만
This is a really nice room. Well, I guess I could say this about every operation, but
이렇게 현장까지 직접 와서야 겨우 실감이 나네요.
the weight of our mission doesn't really sink in until we're actually there.
가주 대전.
You're talking about the family hierarchy war, right?
다른 후보들은
Yeah.
이것 하나만을
The other
위해
candidates have been
몇 년을
preparing for this for
준비해왔다고
years, while we have,
저희는 그걸
what, an
하루
overnight?
해내야만 하는
나는 벼락치기 타입이어서 그런가.
I don't know.
생각하니까
I'm a
오히려
procrastinate,
자신감이
and
드는데?
I'm a procrastinate until the last minute kind of gal, so I'm pretty used to getting a handle on this.
부조리한 상황에서 임무를 수행해.
This is not the first instance in which we are demanded to work through a task in an unfavorable, inadequate situation.
상관없지 않겠나. 어차피 우리가 노리는 것은
Why does it matter? Our goal
가주의 자리가 아니지 않나.
isn't to claim the throne of the family hierarchy anyway. A few hours ago.
천만 다행이지 않겠어요? 그래도
Well, isn't it such a relief that our goal isn't to come first place in the family hierarchy war?
1등을 할 필요가 없다는
Does that mean us to say that we need to be the first?
당연하죠.
Yeah, obviously. Why would we want a sinner to become the head of H Corp?
외부인을 앉히는 것보다는 회사
Would it
소속
not
인물을
provide
날개의
much
대표로
and much more
앉혀서
reliable means of control to
안정적으로
plant
조종할
an
수
individual
있잖아.
of this company at the highest seat of a wing instead of letting an unaffiliated individual assume it?
일이 그렇게 간단하게 굴러가지는 않죠.
There's a lot more going on behind the scenes, guys. Besides, LCB still has much left to do. LCB still has much left to do as the LCB.
그러면 뭐 우승 그러니까
Might that get a reaction out of Faust?
뭔가 떨어지는 게 있으니까 하는 거겠지.
Then, would it be right to assume that this isn't a winner-take-all kind of situation here? Do other candidates get something for participating too?
가주 심사에서 10등 안에 든 사람은 순위 순서로 가문의 창고에서 원하는
Anyone who
물건을
places
가져갈 수
within the
있는
top 10 will
포상을 받거든요.
gain the right to keep one item of their choice from the family treasury. Of course, the one who places the highest goes first.
하지만 2등 안에는 들어야 안전하게 저희가
But we're going to have to come in at least second place in order to ensure that we obtain the item we're looking for. So we're gunning for second.
아, 괜히 기분 잡치네.
No, that's really insulting.
1등 해봐.
Sod it. Why don't we just shoot for the top anyway?
못 보던 사이에 자신감이
Your confidence
어마어마하게
seems to have gone
되셨군요.
through the roof since our last operation together.
뭐 별별 일.
Oh, we did go through a lot of crazy stuff.
그리고 그 홍어의
Anyways,
어마어마한
care to guess what's deep
만물창고에
inside Hongwan's
어떤 것이
gargantuan
있을까요?
treasury?
황금가지요.
The golden bow.
네,
Right on.
진정한 가치도
Buried in the
모른
middle of all
다른
kinds of
모든
treasures
세계에
along with
파묻혀
any
있는
knowledge of its
상태랍니다.
value.
그래서 파우스트
So Faust, what did manager
아까 소드 과장이
saw to
말한
share with
일차전의
you as our
작전이라는 건
strategy
뭐지?
for the first round?
그러고 보니 파우스트 양에게
I very much wish to know that as well. For the suggestion of mutual understanding seemed to exist exclusively betwixt Miss Faust and Sade.
가주 심사 1차전의 내용은
The first round of
지금까지
family hierarch
후손들이
evaluation
백원원의 어르신들을
tests what the
위해
descendants have
준비해왔던
prepared and
것을
brought
시험하는
for the elders
자리입니다.
of Hongwan. What the descendants have prepared, huh? So this must be what Zhai Shichen has been referring to this time,
네,
this whole time?
글로불사에 관한 것이죠.
Yes, to be free from an aging and death, immortality.
즉, 각자가
Each
생각하고
candidate
있는
is to present an
진정한
answer before the
글로불사는
judge to
무엇인가에
demonstrate their idea of
답을
true
보이는
immortality. So Shichen went for something very literal. She was looking for that stream. Right. So what's the answer to true immortality then?
그건 파우스트도 내놓을 수 없는
Not even
답입니다.
Faust can answer that.
뭐 하자는
Then what are we even doing here?
다만 진정한 글로불사의
But we may be able to
신뢰가
demonstrate a facsimile of
신뢰를 내볼 수는
immortality,
있죠.
or at least pretend as though we are close to the answer.
답을 원하는 건 그들이니
Given that they are the ones who are seeking that very answer, they will not
홍루 씨를
disqualify us, Honglu to be exact, from the competition.
그럴듯해 보인다면 악착같이
I
매달릴
see. They'll cling on to whatever clue they can get their hands on. So we'll be using that desperation.
그렇습니다.
그 감옥인가는
Precisely.
제일 높아 보이는 사람도 그 녀석을 많이
That
아낀다며.
important-looking old bat Zhai moves favors him, doesn't she? Maybe she'll give him bonus points or something.
홍로 그자가
So that's what we'll be using Honglu for.
그건
네,
That is,
맞아요. 이제 제 차례가 돌아온 거죠.
yes, you're right. It's my turn to be used.
언제 오셨어요?
When did you get back? Honglu nonchalantly chimed into the conversation, having slipped in between us unnoticed. Hey, you're back pretty soon, huh? Unfortunately, what Otis just said could sound quite crass depending on how you cut it. Honglu, you don't have to. Don't mind what she just said.
걸러들을 필요가 없었는걸요?
But why would I mind it?
저의 쓰임새는
My use is to be a ticket to participating in the hierarch war. The only option for obtaining the golden bow in H Corp. She didn't say anything
그릇된
wrong.
말은 아니랍니다.
Your use.
이왕 쓰이는 거 모두가 기뻐할
Well,
수
if you'll
있는
be
쪽으로
using me,
흘러가게
hopefully
되면
this will lead to an
좋겠네요.
outcome where we can all be happy with.
모두가 기뻐하기에는 시춘군 아까도 눈이 마주쳤는데 엄청 생코낌을 내면서 피해버렸소만.
Verily, such outcome would be best, yet young Shichun hath already exhaled with great gusto out of her nostrils before turning away from our party when our eyes met.
시춘이하고는
Well, Shichun... Honglu's eyes twinkled briefly, as though he was shifting into a dream.
다시 사이가 좋아지게 될 줄은 몰랐어요.
I didn't think it was possible for me to be friends with Shichen again.
비록 지금은 다시 원래
We're
상태로
back to not being on
되돌아갔지만
speaking terms again, but
잠깐이라도 꼭 어린 시절로
it was as though I had gone back in time, back to when we were both children.
이제는 까마득하고 다시 오지 않을
But we can't go
시절이지.
back to the past.
방금 뭐라고 했어?
What did you say?
지금 제정신으로 그 말을 나한테 한 거야?
Are you drunk or on something? Did you really just say that to me?
바보 같은 질문을 했네.
Oh, what a stupid thing of me to ask.
오빠는 평생 취한 적도 없을 테니까 언제나 또렷하고 맑은 정신이었겠지.
You've never been drunk in your life. Your mind's always been so damn clear.
어차피 내가 이렇게 화내고 소리 질러도 오빠에겐 아무런 타격도 없을 거 아니야.
None of this matters to you, does it? Even when I get angry at you, or when I shout at you like this, none of it gets to you, does it?
도대체 그날 무슨 일이 있었길래 사람이
Just what happened to you that day? How can someone become so...
시춘, 나는
Shichen, I...
됐어, 마음대로 해. 제대로 된 가족이 한 명쯤은 있을 거라 기대한 내 잘못이지.
Forget it. I don't care. Do whatever you want to do. It's my fault for expecting to have at least one normal sibling in this messed up family. That memory hung low. Was wearing a quiet smile, even before her hushed anger. But don't you want to be friends with her again?
결국 사람과의 연이란 것도 순간이고 찰나일 뿐일 텐데요.
At the end of all things, these connections between people, they're just moments, ephemeral things.
그러니 저의 뜻이 어떻든 큰 상관이 없답니다.
So what I want doesn't matter. You're more nihilistic than you are serene. Hung low. A sinner so aloof, so detached that it feels as though he's always floating through the clouds. I once thought that was just the kind of guy he was. Someone who just happened to be above everything that's happening around us. Instead of just another messed up person with messed up problems of their own. But slowly and gradually, I had begun to realize that there was something off about him under the surface. Honglu, about participating in the family hierarchy war. Do you really not feel anything about it? Have you completely excluded yourself from it?
네, 그냥 그런 거구나라고
I don't,
생각하고
and I
있어요.
have. It's just the way things worked out, right?
관리자님, 애초에
Executive manager, it is true that his value judgment will have no tangible influence on this company's directions.
파우스트도 동의합니다. 수감자에게 작전 수행에 대한 거부권은 존재하지 않으므로.
Faust is in agreement. Sinners do not have the right to refuse their missions. Even if they can't refuse their mission, at the very least they can be allowed to accept it.
그건 사실일 테요.
That may be true, yet
그에 따르는 마음의 상태까지
I find it unnecessary to turn away and neglect the suffering conditions of their hearts, stemming from the obligation to their missions.
마음의 상태라.
Conditions of the heart,
마음을
of our
들여다보기에
hearts.
괴로움이 생기는 것 아닐까요?
Perhaps unnecessarily peering into them is how we beget suffering. But perhaps unnecessarily peering into them is how we beget suffering? That's not... You're... detaching yourself. You're detaching yourself. Like, your entire current MO is not looking at the problem. If you don't look at the problem, then the problem isn't there. His perspective is insinuating that even observing the problem is what's causing the suffering. So if you simply just ignore it or pretend that it's not there, then the suffering is gone along with it. But that's not how you solve anything. What manner of... Back then, while I lived here in Dagwon-wan, so many choices passed before my eyes. Should I kill that child, who was from a different family? Should I even survive? Should I walk past that dying boy? Or should I stop to help him? When they were first presented to me, I tried to make a choice. But it didn't take that long for me to realize that my choices meant nothing. So I decided not to choose at all. And that's me as I am now. There were so many wonderful things about joining Limbus Company, but I think my favorite part of the experience was that I was never given a choice.
이상한 것 같은데요?
That's definitely kind of weird.
분위기가 조용해졌네요.
Well, looks like things have gotten weirdly quiet around here.
사담은 여기까지 하도록 하죠. 해야 할 이야기가 많습니다.
That was enough discussion of private matters. There's much ground for us to cover.
그럼 1차 대전의 계획에 대해 말씀드리죠.
Let us begin by discussing our plan for the first round. The next morning. There's still some time we have to leave. There's still some time until we have to leave. What may be the purpose of these scarecrows, veiled in nocturnal shadows they were at yesternight?
아직도 있었네요.
Oh wow, they're still here.
이곳의 자제들이 거처하는 건물 앞에는
There are training courts next to every building where children... There are training courts next to every building where children of this place live. Here, every child of walking, running age... Here, every child of walking, running age all get to play with these dummies. Play. Early education is important. Yet, how doth one play with these dummies? And it appears that this dummy is adorned with the most dashing piece of fashion up for its head.
그건 제가 7살 때 처음 받았던 허수아비예요.
That's the first dummy I received when I was 7.
그때는 말이죠.
Back then, I thought even dummies could feel pain when struck. So you were sympathetic. Such was the blissful rumination of all those who were once children. So is it like traditional for kids born here to formally learn how to fight?
그건 아니에요.
Oh, not exactly. So this is what grandmother gifted you, big bro.
맞아. 그런데 아직 쓰임새는 잘 모르겠어.
I don't know how it works though.
옷 같은 걸 입혀주거나 장신구를 매달아주는 인형 아니겠어?
It must be a doll or an effigy for dress up. Or perhaps you could adorn it with some trinkets.
보평 집을 지켜주는 수호신 같은 걸지도 몰라.
Maybe it's got like a guardian spirit that protects your house, Big Brother Baoyu. Baoyu? Oh boy. Here, let me show you how it's done. Why'd you punch Grandma's gift?
그렇게 하면 아파하지 않을까?
Don't you think you're hurting it? Gem of the Gia family. Hurt it. Really no. This wooden thing.
이렇게 자라나야 살아남을 수 있다는 게 더 정확할 거예요.
It's more that they have to grow up this way if they want to survive.
생각보다 제대로 된 수, 목, 인이군.
This WTD isn't so bad. Wooden training dummy? This wooden training dummy appears to have been designed and crafted with some precise engineering craftsmanship. We still have some time until departure, so why don't we try using them for a warm-up exercise?
땀내는 거 싫은데.
I don't want to get all sweaty though.
뭐 위험한 것도 아니고 컨디션도 체크할 겸.
Well, it's not like these things pose us any danger. I think we can try them out just once to see how we're doing today.
지금부터 우리는 관리자님의 명령에 따라 전력으로 허수아비를 상대한다.
Attention. We have orders from the executive manager. From this moment forth, we will put our all into laying utter ruin to these training dummies. Hey, I didn't even give an order. Oh well, it won't hurt to get our blood pumping now. Wait, so we're just fighting training dummies for this?
자, 맞서보죠. 우리들에게 이깟 파도 별것도 아니잖아요.
Wait, these are all defensive. Wait, huh? Bandage, wooden dummy. Wait, no, these all have offensive attacks. Interesting.
떨거지는 잘라낸다.
This looks ridiculous.
전에 고기라도 먹은 것처럼 기운이 솟잖아.
Like, it is ridiculous that we're fighting training dummies. So close to the stagger.
동물의 상태에 신경 좀 쓰셔야 할 것 같은데요, 관리자님.
This might be overkill, but oh well.
떨거지는 잘라낸다.
Oh well.
산초류 경을 오는 라샹. 끝을 낼 시간이다.
와, 엄청난 공격이었어. 개념할 만한걸? 완벽한 한방.
저놈을 쫓게!
시원한걸?
얻을 정보는 없군요.
기세가 수그러지는 공격의 기회다! 기원을 갖춘 그대로
다들 힘이 솟는 것 같네요. 지금 달려들면 딱 좋겠어요.
가족을 위해 갈라지도록
관찰 끝났습니다.
오, 머리 좋다 단테.
기원을
방금 완전 좋았어.
그대로 무너져
일격에 저렇게나? 기세가 구부러지는 저놈을 추적해! 저놈을 추적해! 아무튼 놀라운 한방이야.
방금 전에는 굉장했다고. 베르게
이?
인간도 이거
지.
인정할걸?
떨거지는 잘라낸다.
또한 용서할 테니.
네 피분수.
이 작살엔 필살의 집념이 담겨 효과적이네요. 이 방식을 기억하는 게 좋겠어요.
We really spent however long doing that.
피분수가 폭죽보다도 높이 솟아올랐어.
And pulled out IDs
아니야, 이렇게 크게 웃으면 안 돼.
just to beat up training dummies.
아름다움을 잃지 않게. 그리고 피를 머금을 시간이네.
A little bit overkill. We're still fighting training dummies.
우리들에게 이깟 파도 별것도 아니잖아요.
Okay. Still pride and gluttony.
깔끔하게.
That one's just unlucky for Otis. Oh well. She almost got staggered by that.
쟤네 고기라도 먹은 것처럼 기운이 솟잖아.
깔끔하게. 관찰을
Okay, that was enough. I was a little bit worried.
다시 복구하긴 힘들걸요?
놀라운 한방이에요.
오, 기운이 솟는다, 단테. 가서 빨리 때려 눕히자고.
Should be enough.
총원 불격.
I guess it does make sense why they're doing this at the very least, because it gives you something to actually fight while here.
필살의 집념이 담겨 있지. 보았나? 저건 이렇게
완벽한 한방. 시원한 걸.
우리가 눈앞에 있다.
완전히 녹아내렸네.
Ow. Okay, at the very least she got that.
방금 전에는 굉장했다고. 베르게 그 인간도 이건 인정할걸?
You know what? Screw it. Is she deflecting? Yes. Oh no, because it won't matter. Regardless. Oh well. I might still be covering the number though. should be fine. Heads, heads. Tails. 236.
효과적이네요. 이 방식을 기억하는 게 좋겠어요. 저것들 좀 보세요. 고약한 먹물이라도 뒤집어 쓴 것 같은
She's
얼굴이네요.
still
잘
high.
먹혔나 봐요.
So she should be fine. Of course she hits tails on both of those. She's at like 40 something sanity too.
와, 엄청난 공격이었어. 기념할 만한 걸. 기세가 수그러지는 반격의 기회다. 더 이상 얻을 정보는 없어. 네 피분수, 네 피분수.
영원히 잠들어.
Easy.
상쾌하군.
How refreshing.
오, 잠이 깨긴 하네 이거.
I guess morning workouts really do wake you up. They do. That's why it's important to always stretch in the mornings too.
매번 큰일 있기 전에 시비나 걸리고 시작하니까.
We've gotten so used to getting in tussles before we get to the real meat of the missions that mornings feel incomplete without some action.
그래도 유의미한 준비 운동.
Nevertheless, this was meaningful warm-up activity. This was a meaningful warm-up activity.
그런데 홍루 씨는 왜 지금까지 가주대전에 참가를 할 생각이
So I've been meaning to
없었던
ask Honglu, why did you never consider participating in a family hierarchy war before?
다른 형제자매분들은
It seems to me that all of your siblings have been waiting and training all their lives for this event.
단순해요.
It's simple.
가주가 되고 싶다고 생각한 적은 한 번도 없었으니까요.
Because I never once thought I wanted to be the family hierarch.
정말로 다행이지 않니?
It's not truly most fortunate.
옥을 물고 태어나지 않았다면 영락 없이 네 다른 형제 자매처럼 가주대전을 준비하며 힘든 시간을 겪어야 했을 거란다.
Had you not been born with the jade, my son, you would have had to toil all your life preparing for the family hierarch war like your other siblings do.
너는 그런 것에 힘쓰지 않아도 집안 어르신분들과 가모님이 너를 아껴줄 거란다.
You needn't waste your strength on those things to win the favor of the elders in Jaimu, venerated by their blessings.
그저 많은 것을 보며 살아가다오.
Simply witness as much of the world as it has to offer, jade of our family, my precious son, Baoyu. More memories. What's wrong, Yusong? You seem kind of distraught.
어제 파우스트 양이 일컬어 주었던
It has to do with the plan Miss Faust had explained to us last night.
나는 사실 그리 탐탁지가 않소.
I find the plan rather detestable.
저도요.
Me too.
하지만 홍루 씨가
But Honglu said he's okay with it, so all because he says he's okay with it doesn't mean that it's okay.
그런데 그걸 계획이라고 부를 수가 있는 건가요?
Can we even call it a plan if we're being honest here?
행동의 지침과 기대 목표가 있으니 계획.
It matches the definition of a plan, given that it illustrates certain instructions to be followed for the purpose of achieving a defined goal.
그리고 가주대전에
And please remember that there are no second chances in a family hierarch war. So sure, we might be making the most of an opportunity, but that doesn't mean that we should be taking every opportunity regardless of what it will entail.
보호토련님 12인 철벽당 입성하십니다.
Young Master Baiyu and his 12 companions arriving at the Tu Bi Tong Elevated fluorescent jade hall. We entered the hall where the first round was to be held. As always, the servants by the gate announced our arrival with the resounding holler we'd grown to expect.
후기장이나 경기장 같은 형태인가?
An arena or a stadium, I see.
보는 눈이 제법 많은 것 같습니다, 관리자님.
We have many eyes on us, executive manager. I looked up to see that the audience seats, which were brimming with people, were divided into stair-like terraces, and on the platform at the opposite end of the hall, 3 shadows of chairs could be seen cast on the obscuring curtain fabric. As for us, we followed the attendant's guidance and stood next to the other participants at the circular area in the center. So are the evaluations happening past those curtains? Dayu? Huh? You see someone you recognize?
아니요. 괜찮아요, 단테님.
No, you slipped. You slipped, you bastard.
다시 만나도 마땅히 할 이야기가 없거든요.
Even if we were to meet again, we don't really have anything to talk about anyway.
인연이 있다면 이야기할 기회가 닿을 테죠.
Maybe we'll have another chance later if fate wills it.
시작하나 보네요.
Hey, I think it's finally getting started. Who is that on the right? The curtain slid open and the old woman we saw from yesterday's banquet walked out on the platform.
운이 따라주어. 오래전 가모의 자리에 올랐지만은
Many scores ago, I ascended to the seat of Jaimu with a stroke of fortune. Yet a lifetime has passed since I assumed this great responsibility. Such as it is, I seek to abdicate and walk the path of mountains and streams as a river does. With the seat voided, the responsibility seeks the one with the qualities of the family hierarch to fill it. Thus here, at Dagon Wang, a collective upheld by pillars of 4 great houses, Ji, Zui, Wang, and Shi, we once again ask you the perennial question. Have you brought us aught to prove that the answer indeed exists? Who's the woman next to her?
제 첫째 누나인 원춘 누나예요.
She's my oldest sister, Big Sis Yuan-chun.
큐사의 아주 높으신 분과 혼례를
She married a very important person in Q Corp and spends most of her time there. Looks like she's visiting for the event.
비록 다른 둥지에 머물고 있던 몸이지만 고르게 정을 나누고
Though I have resided long in a foreign nest, I now return fleetingly to share the love with my flesh and blood, to fulfill my duties as observed by the order of filial piety. I return that the truth shall be observed to the best of my abilities. Some of you may have walked the laid path gentle to your feet, yet some of you may have struggled through an unlaid, brutal path of cragged mountains and a thousandfold to find your answers. Yet regardless of the severity of your suffering, all of you, equally, have but one opportunity for the first round. Even still, you are all once prospective heirs of the great house. Even your failures shall bring power and prosperity to Dagon Wan. Now, come forth in the order you are summoned, and demonstrate the invaluable answers to the question of 3 freedoms. 1 from aging, 1 from death, and 1 from brevity of life. If the nature of your answer be why am I struggling? If the nature of your answer be indemonstrable, present ironclad proof. Lose not and discard not. Let fresh youth be unending and eternal. After their respective speeches, Shai Yuan-chun and Shai Mu disappeared behind the curtains atop the platform. First candidate. It seemed that Honglu's father assumed the role of host for the first round. Ren, of the Wang family. Wang Ren, was the first to be summoned, walked up to the platform. Behind him was his faction, who were dragging someone by a rope toward the platform. Is that just a zombie? Who are they dragging up to the stage? Whoever it is, they clearly don't have to be here. They clearly don't want to be here. To be free from aging and death, huh? I suppose every wing dreams of escaping and rising beyond the body that we're born with. H-Corp's pursuit of immortality probably isn't special in that regard. He hath brought a blood bag. That's when we were finally able to recognize who the candidate dragged up to the stage. The eyes, unfocused and red, mouth slick with drool dribbling down the mouth guard. Meaningless snarling. That is a mindless blood bag. How does a blood fiend become an answer to immortality? In layman's eyes, blood fiends may appear to have truly attained freedom from aging. However, as we are now all aware, blood fiends can grow old and weak after a prolonged period of blood deprivation. Thus, it is unlikely to provide the answer they seek. After some struggle, the blood bag was dragged, kicking and growling past the curtains atop the platform. So that creature is the fabled blood fiend, then. I thought that'll do the job. Blood fiends would indeed be quite the esoteric knowledge. Would indeed be quite the esoteric knowledge, but to the judge of this contest, I doubt they're anything more than a lukewarm trivia. That long kid must have been pretty desperate, huh? He's either lazy as balls to that boy right in the upstairs. It appears that the knowledge of blood fiends is all they common amongst this ilk. Indeed, blood fiends are present in every nest. 'Tis little surprise that those privy to arcane knowledge aren't well aware of their existence. After a brief moment that lasted less than a minute, Wang Ren and his faction emerged from behind the curtains and ascended from the platform. Wang Ren, candidate of the family hierarch evaluations, stand upon the podium and await your judgment. Then, they ascend the round podium behind the platform as ordered. Thus announcing Wang Ren's results for round 1 of the family hierarch evaluations. Elimination. Listen, all they need is blood. As long as you supply them with enough blood, they will be eternal and everlasting. Venerable Jaimu, please. Nay. What awaits them is no eternity at all. Verily, I know that the shape of this true immortality the evaluation seeketh to attain, yet the longevity of a blood fiend, shackled by blood and endless suffering, is unlikely to be one. What? But those damn hunters told me they still retain all of their memories. To become a blood fiend is to surrender all the desires and emotions that exist within thy being for a singular hunger for blood, and only blood. Perhaps that is an acceptable condition for those who expect nothing but fathomless torment for the rest of their lives. Yet, for those with much to lose, with much in life that they cling to, as those they... Yet for those with much to lose, with much in life they cling on to, as those present seem to. The fate of a blood fiend is no freedom from aging and death. 'Tis but a sanguine shackle to enslave their minds. A member of Bayu's faction has given an excellent reply. No further elaboration is necessary. And you have failed to bring us a high kindred, let alone a blood fiend at all. This creature is but a miserable blood bag. I cannot even commend your efforts. Here, Ren of the Wang family. They have spoken and mercifully given you full explanation of your mistake, a privilege that failed candidates do not deserve. Let this be a final blessing of your life. I had a feeling that was a pit. The podium suddenly opens under their feet, casting Wang Ren and the blood bag to its depths with a blood-curdling screech. So that's what happens when you fail to pass. That was just for dramatic effect, right? There's gotta be like a side path leading back upstairs, right? Of course not. Can't you smell the stench of festering pain, rising like heat from the depths? You've been honing your sense of humor, huh? These are pretty nasty jokes, though. Where does that hole lead? Judging by the time between the drop and sound of the fall, I presume it goes quite far down. It probably leads to a place with lots of old family secrets. Oh, not treasures, of course. But trying to figure that out might get you a visit from the Hay Show, probably. From a Hay Show, probably. They went all out with the theatrics, huh? Yeah. And we could very well be the ones screaming and falling down the hole later. The next candidate was summoned before we even able to shake off the initial shock. Second candidate hails from the Zui family. We sat through a few more names and subsequent failures. We couldn't hear what exactly they were talking about, but beyond the curtains, and unlike the very loud and obvious blood bag, the answers other candidates brought were less obvious, so all we had to go on were the shadows of their desperate attempts to explain things before the judges. Another one? Boring as hell. The longer we watch the death toll rise, the less shocking they became. Are they planning to fail everyone? Eighth candidate, Bo Chai of the Zui family. My luck, we know her. She was technically our competition, but it seemed that she managed to give the sinners quite the positive impression with yesterday's brief encounter. Some of them were even cheering her on. We couldn't see exactly what it was Zui Baochai brought, but she was holding something as she entered past the curtains. Bocha of the Zhu family. After her brief meeting with the judges, which, going by the shadows cast on the curtains, appeared to have gone better than we had expected, she emerged. And as soon as she did, Bocha immediately turned in our direction, at Honglu to be exact. Oh, you were watching me? And began excitedly waving her hand. She passed. The podium beneath her remains shut. Passing connection it may be, yet I ill wish to see a familiar face be claimed by the abyss. Thus, I am glad. Shai Shichun. It's Shichun's turn. She slowly ascended the platform, unaccompanied. She held in her hand a tightly sealed gourd bottle. Looks like she found it. She found the water from the river we saw in Don Quixote's memories back then? She reached Lit? The possibility that she actually reached there in person is infinitely minuscule. There is an infinitesimally statistic possibility that she could have reached the river, yet not even Faust can conceive how someone of their capabilities could reach the fountainhead of one of the deepest fathoms. This becomes even more impossible when considering the relatively short passage of time since then and now. A more likely explanation might be that she obtained the waters by collecting its dew, or a portion of what was swept out, what has seeped out. Alas, the river's waters severeth only to put to slumber of one's memories. Pray, doth it truly hold the link to immortality they seek? Yes, it is likely closely connected to the immortality of the mind they pursue.
그 정보를 알고 있는 이도
As there are but an extremely small number of people privy to the knowledge of the rivers, if the contents of the bottles are genuine, Faust expects her to pass.
가시 시춘 합격.
Shichun of the Shy family passes.
귀한 걸 얻어왔구나. 네 세가로 이걸 얻으려면 보통의 노력으로는 안 되었을 텐데.
You have brought before us a priceless treasure. It must have taken unparalleled efforts to obtain this, given the meager size of your clan.
감사합니다, 원춘 언니.
Thank you, big sister. As Faust expected, all three judges appeared quite satisfied by what Chai Shichun brought before them. She got a little bit of it. Not a lot, but enough. Huh? N-Corp? Gloom Gluttony.
언제든지요.
자, 해골바가지랑 거미 대가리.
급행 주문.
소재가 준비됐어?
Gloom Gluttony, Gloom Gluttony.
원하신다면
고래를 향해.
나를 책임은 모두
아주 뭉개버려.
Why is N-Corp here?
그 다음 18번째 참가자.
Next, 18th candidate.
대체 몇 명이나 있는 거야?
Wait, just how many people are there in this household?
가시 가문의
Juan of the Xi family. Ji Huan. Our first meeting with that man was less than amicable, and I had a strong feeling that another one wasn't going to do anything to improve that. Ji Huan walked up to the platform. We all fell silent, hearing a familiar name. Bastard. I could feel that some of the sinners were growing tense, some of them even gritting their teeth. And the other man, closely following Ji Huan, holding what looked like an ego of an abnormality, was also a familiar face. I'd seen him many times in Yisong's memory.
저 사람들이 입고 온 거 보여요?
Dante, are you seeing what they're wearing? Ego gears.
LC처럼 새로운 추출법을.
It could be speculated that they have either developed their own method of extraction or have scavenged them from Lobotomy Corp. That has to be their own extraction. Gubo carries what appears to be an egg of an abnormality.
저걸 그대로 보여줄 셈인가?
Are they planning just to offer them an abnormality egg? How's that an answer to anything?
해석의 여지에 달렸지만
Well, there's room for interpretation.
상상체 역시
Some may present a reasonably argued interpretation that abnormalities are entities that neighbor immortality.
어떤 환상체의 알인지가 관건이겠군.
Yeah, I can understand that. So the linchpin of the success hinges on which abnormality's egg that ends up being.
하지만 제가 아는 가완 형이라면 실패할 거라고
If it's Big Brother Shi Huan, I know he's never going to risk his life for something he thinks will fail.
가시환 1차 심사 합격.
That has to be Ego Gear of Gaze. I think. Contrary to most of our wishes, Ji Huan managed to pass the first round as well. Many more candidates came and went. One of them carried a massive, mysterious coffin. Wang the way. One of them brought a thick book, and one of them presented a cage so tiny we couldn't see what was within. Some of them managed to pass, while some of them were sent screaming into the mysterious abyss. As we waited and watched the candidates come and go, people from N-Corp, their turn complete, approached us.
아직 황혼이 되기에는 이른 시각일 터인데 다시 마주하는 것이
Yet early it is for twilight to arrive, thus early too is this meeting of ours. As if to prove his own words back at the LCE, that he's come to accept certain things as they are, Yi-sung coolly regarded his old friend, who is now working for N-Corp.
알량하고 앙상한 새 쉼터가 퍽 자네 마음에 든 모양이야. 그리 농하는 건
You must find this small and barren respite of yours quite enjoyable. I have not seen you just as you do now since the leak fell.
어쩐 일로 내게 걸음한 것이오.
For what do you now approach me? The rift is too great betwixt us to chatter on with any affection to speak of. Do not mistake my intent, for it wasn't I who desired to approach you. My teammate simply wished to have a look at his brother's face, and I thought I might as well see how you are faring. Looks like everyone's coming back to Dagon 1 now that the family hierarchs were started, brother. This is our first meeting since then, right? If it isn't the doltish fools who has their eyes who has eyes but knows not to see. I know you well enough. You normally turn purple with aversion upon hearing even a brief mention of the word hierarch. So why are you here? Who are you? And who are you and your stinking entourage working for this time?
네 역겨운 속을 모르고 겉에반에 쫓아다니는 설가의 여시.
Isn't that sweet girl blinded by your looks to the revolting rot within?
널 싸고도는 시춘이야?
Or is it Chichun who still defends you and your meaningless fox-profound spiel, deluded in her belief that you're still the same boy from her childhood?
왜 살리지 않았지?
Why didn't you save him? No. Let me ask you a different question.
왜 그 애만 살린 것이냐, 가보.
Why did you save her and only her?
형.
Brother.
사람은 필연코 죽기 마련이야.
Humans die, and that's what they're born to do.
곧 다음 심사가 시작됩니다. 참가자분들은 자리를
죽어 있는 시종 따위가.
The next candidate will be judged soon. Candidates must return to their seats. You're a servant. You're barely even a living thing. Let us return. Discourse will not bear any fruit. This discourse will not bear any fruit. What's this, a reunion party? That sure soured things. Those shameless bastards. It's obvious they're here to nick our things again. Maybe, but something about them feels different today. Whichever is the case, the safer option would be to place higher than them. Another one falls. His family has to be watching this, right? I wonder if they'll be okay. Sinclair mutters, watching another candidate fall down a trapdoor. I can't imagine how anyone would be okay watching their own fall like that. Oh, watching their own fall like... Sinclair, the people standing behind us. The people sitting behind us. They're his parents. The guy who just fell.
저런 걸 자식이라고 끼고 살았다니. 한심하군.
We raised that failure as our own son. What a pathetic disappointment.
그래도 우리 셋째는 잘해낼 거예요. 애초에 저 녀석에겐 별로 기대도 하지 않았잖아요.
Don't worry. I have faith in our third child. I mean, it's not like we expected anything from this one, right?
가주가 되기만을 위해 살아왔다는 건.
Now I see what it means. To dedicate your whole life to becoming the family hierarch. Many people desperately vie for the seat of family hierarch. Of course, some of them, like his parents, hope to have their friend or a close blood relative become the family hierarch instead.
직접 가주가 되지 않더라도
So they seek to seize a lifetime's worth of riches, power, and recognition by planting someone they can control in the family hierarchy without becoming one themselves. Nothing more than a chess piece to them.
그렇게 만든 건 유통기한이 짧지.
That kind's got a low shelf life.
이런 뜻하지 않은 기회로 인해
Looks like I finally got to know how my long-lost siblings are doing, thanks to this unforeseen opportunity. 27th candidate, pawn of the Zui family. Those are talismans.
설반? 어디서 들어본 것 같은데.
We have heard that name before, haven't we?
아, 보차 누나의 오라버니 되시는 분이에요.
He's Big Sis Baochai's older brother. Zui Pan walked up to the platform, holding what appeared to be a large jar with multiple talismans plastered over it.
눈빛이 뭔가 쎄하지 않아?
Hey, is it just me or does this guy look like he's totally up to something?
여기 안 그런 사람이 어디 있어?
Let's be honest, who here doesn't? Yeah, but that's what's different. He's... Instead of ascending the platform and into the curtains, he walked into the podium. Mate, looks like he's completely lost the plot. Candidate Zhu Pan, will you ascend the platform and enter this curtain threshold? Where's the fun in walking down the straightforward road? It's only right that something so precious and entertaining should be shared with everyone, wouldn't you agree? He places the jar on the ground, and from within, a desiccated hand emerges. Pathetic sorcerer's trickery. Yoshu muttered with palatable distaste. Why is he... What the heck is that? Corpses, their desecrated flesh covered in a light, sparse layer of old papers, crawling out of the jar and began to shamble. They're neither distortions nor abnormalities. Their behavior reminds me of blood bags or sub-entities enslaved by abnormalities. Any semblance of consciousness has been stripped from them. They'll attack indiscriminately. But it seems that they're just as intent on maiming and killing whoever they can get their claws on. Executive Manager, we must prepare for battle. Your orders. The jar monster sets upon the audience, stuffing the struggling, still breathing victims into their jars. Why aren't the organizers doing anything? This is still an event hosted by a wing, isn't it? Because there isn't a rule in the family hierarchy that prohibits bringing harm to other people. So they're just gonna sit back and twiddle their thumbs because no one specifically told them to step in? What do we do now? Should we step in? We should probably survive and ensure our safe participation in the family hierarchy war. As the monsters began to swarm in, some candidates scattered and ran away. While some stood their ground and fought back, those who did neither were the ones getting slaughtered. I was simultaneously reminded of Sade and the confident smile she flashed to me as she reassured us that we should be able to pass the first round with little to no trouble. Looks like we have no choice but to take them down. Sade? Jeez. It's not focused either. Talisman Jar Monster, you have an unclashable, unbreakable. Dies after dealing 10 damage, so that means if it hits its coin, it dies. Base power +1 for every 20% missing HP on itself. Coin power +1 for every 6 rupture. piercing, envy, pierce, envy, gloom, and gluttony. That's really bad. These things are rough.
얘들 상태가 너무 안 좋은 걸.
총원 돌격! 기세가 수그러지는 공격의 기회다! 효과적이네요. 이 방식을 기억하는 게 좋겠어요.
부족해 찾아졌지.
One stagger.
저 부표처럼 흔들리는 놈이
Okay, good number of them are actually staggered.
가서 끝장내죠.
I think it's worth it.
부족해 찾아졌지 않나.
저놈을 추적해!
미끄러지는 꼴 좀 보라지.
저 부표처럼 흔들리는 놈이 제1 사냥감이겠네요. 가서 끝장내죠.
The pierce would still beat it. I'd honestly just rather let him guard that.
대가 딱 떼도. 하! 으타! 완벽한 한방. 시원한 걸.
자, 완전히 녹아내.
나도 그렇게는 안 했을 것 같은데. 나한테 많이 피곤해?
Okay.
저놈을 추적해!
Okay, he still got the hit.
내 죄는 내가 알아서 처리한다.
나이스! 하나 제꼈다.
Still halfway though.
대가리 딱 떼도.
There we go.
총원, 조명이 전멸하는 저곳으로. 파도가 모든 것을 쳐부술 거다.
I don't think I staggered. Yeah, I didn't stagger the one with the unbreakable plane. Oh well.
엄청난 공격이었어.
He's dead anyway.
내 죄는 내가 알아서 아무튼 놀라운 한방이네. 내가 알아서
방금 전에는 굉장했다고.
You're big.
인간도 이건 인정할 걸?
I'm gonna need to skullbuster that, or else I'm just probably gonna die. Well, maybe not die, but it's definitely not gonna be good.
정출할게요.
관찰은 끝났습니다. 오, 머리 좋다 잔테. 방금 완전 좋았어.
놀라운 명령이네요. 적을 완벽히 파악하고 있으신 거군요.
Come on, come on, come on. This should be enough to stagger.
지금이다. 해골바가 거미 대가리. 부족해 차려졌지 않아. 기세가 수그러지네요. 반격의 기회다.
합격장. 완성되었나?
방금 전에는 굉장했다고.
Last one.
베르게 그 인간도 인정할 걸.
내가 알아서 처리한다.
Those things are not going to be fun to run into.
착각하지 마라. 해파 거태. 내 놈들 덕분에 내가 강해진 게 아니다.
Why?
내가 강하기에 내 놈들을 휘두르는 거지.
피를 머금을 시간이네.
What is the thumb doing here?
좋아.
Another
얼른
immediate
끝내고
battle.
밥 먹으러 가자고.
Sorry, buddy, you're just not winning that fight. Ish would have a chance, but... No, because that's still an unbreakable. There we go. Love you, Sung.
얘들 상태가 너무 안 좋은 걸.
Would it be worth it? Yes, because that's a counter skill.
죄인인가?
저 부표처럼 흔들리는 놈이 제1 사냥감이겠네요. 가서 끝장내죠.
적출할게요.
엄청난 공격이었어. 기념할 만한 걸.
Cool.
다시 복구하기 힘들걸요?
방금 전에는 굉장했다고.
He still got staggered.
베르게 그 인간도 이건 인정할 걸.
She's not doing well this one. But if I'm staggered, then who cares?
적출할게요.
Not staggered if I'm paralyzed. Oh well.
영양분이 될 시간.
완벽한 한방. 시원한 걸.
관찰을 끝났습니다. 놀라운 명령이네요. 관찰을 적을 완벽히 파악하고 있으신 거군요. 끝났습니다.
오, 머리 좋다 단테. 방금 완전 좋았어.
Come on. And a stagger.
저놈을 추적해.
완성되었나?
나이스. 하나 제꼈다.
Okay, okay. 1, 2, 3. he can take the hits. Like, of all the characters, especially that Heathcliff can take the hits.
부족해 찾아졌지 않아. 겉에. 하! 앞차! 나도 그렇게는 안 했을 것 같은데.
Fine, I'll take one hit. That's fine.
이 작살엔 필살의 집념이 담겨있지. 보았나? 적은 이렇게 진리가졌다. 우리의 확고한 승리가 눈앞에 있다.
That really hurt, but oh well.
효과적이네요. 이 방식을 기억하는 게 좋겠어.
녹아내렸네.
저것들 좀 보세요.
Easy.
고약한 먹물이라도 뒤집어 쓴 것 같은 얼굴이네요. 잘 먹혔나 봐요.
적출할게요.
내 죄는 내가 알아서 처리한다. 내 죄는 내가 알아서 처리한다.
Easy. Jeez. What remained inside the hall after the battle was devastating. Many in the audience seats had fled, as the seats that were once brimming with people were only half filled. And the candidate zone down here was littered with bodies of candidates who were mauled to death. Meanwhile, the jar monsters, having eaten their full, had already crawled back into the jar. I looked around and saw some candidates still holding tightly onto the treasure that they had brought to the contest, as they drew their last breaths. In the midst of all this destruction stood the cause of this chaos, watching the slaughter play out with assured confidence.
이렇게 우둔하고 나약해서야 어찌 불로를 얻고 불사를 말할 수 있겠느냐?
How will you attain freedom from aging? How will you argue freedom from death, with minds so dull and bodies so frail?
어떻습니까?
What say you, judges?
불로 불사의 단서에 더해 거짓을 구한 자들을 없애는 보배까지 가져왔으니 이것이 저의 답입니다.
I present before you not only the clue to immortality, but also a treasure that brings ruin to those who would dare to deceive you. Here's my answer to the perennial question.
그 항아리에 진흙을 구해왔구나.
So you have brought us the clay of the jar.
살아남지 못한 이들은
It can be said that those who fail to survive this do not qualify as family hierarch candidates, yes?
솔가반 합격.
Semantics.
자칫하다가 다 죽어버릴
He gets a pass when he almost got everyone in here killed.
저들의 기준에는
All that matters is that what he has brought meets their standards.
겸사겸사.
Looks like he managed to get two birds with one stone. He eliminated a distracting rabble from the competition.
혹시라도 2차전에서 만나게 되면
If we ever run tap faster in round 2, you better let me take more than a few swings at him.
28번째 참가자.
She does in from the Shi family, but no one walked up to the platform.
모습을 드러내지 않았기에 탈락.
As he has failed to appear, he is eliminated by default. Shai Zheng called a few more names thereafter by 29th candidate, 30th candidate. The number of candidates has clearly been called, but none approached. Disappointingly, MB. Yeah, all the mediocre bunch got wiped out from that attack. And the leftovers are exhausted. Ryoshi looked around as though she was doing some sort of critique. That lug? Huh? Huh? I recognize that garb. What business do you have with the thumb?
Yeah.
있다가 흘렸는가 했더만 이런 데서 늦장구 없이 나타났지?
I'll be. Thought you'd gone and vanished into the earth. What the hell you doing crawling around out here?
야, 눈 마주쳤잖아. 인사하라도 오자.
Girl, I saw you giving me the evil eye. At least have the decency to say hi, eh? Yoshu, that guy's talking to you, right? And in a very, very rare display of raw emotion, I realized that she was anxious and furious.
알던 분이세요?
Do you know him?
뭔
An absolute unit. Looks gotta be at least 2 meters tall.
저자를 바라보지 마세요, 단테. 그리고 여러분들도
Do not look at that man, Dante, and everyone avert your eyes as well.
아무 말씀도 하지 마시기를 권고합니다.
It is strongly recommended that we do not say a word to him.
그러지. 나한테 말 걸라면 너희들이 급이 되는지는 한번 생각해보고 싶으려
That's right, you
할 것도
shrimps.
아니냐.
You gotta first rack them teensy brains of yours. Gotta think real hard about whether you even consider come close to my rank before running your mouths, you hear?
저 새끼 손가락이다. 내 획.
That shithead Lei Heng, he's a finger.
엄지는 손가락 중 상명하복의 제일 엄격한
The
조직입니다.
thumb is a syndicate with the strictest adherence to rigid hierarchical structures even among the fingers.
그리고 저자는
And his placement in the hierarchy is the highest even among the capos. His rank immediately beneath the position of Soto Capo or underboss. So he's right below. Okay.
자그마한 실수가 큰 싸움으로 번질 수 있으니 전부 조용히 해주실 것을 명령해 주세요.
A small mistake would drag us into a battle we do not want to fight. Please order everyone not to say a word, Dante. I don't know what's going on, but I get it. You're saying that we're this close to having another Ricardo hunting us down, right? Yeah, let's avoid that. Do as Faust asks everyone. Lei Heng begins stomping his way through the crowd toward us, casually but forcefully shoving anyone in his way to the sides. His gait was blasé and brutish, but I noticed his eyes were fixed intently on Ryoshu. It seemed that among the crowd were some people in higher positions as well, but even they either averted their eyes or voluntarily got out of his way. He marched confidently forward through the frozen crowd, as though he was familiar with this kind of reception, until a cry rang out from the crowd.
대박! 너 지금 어느 안전이라고 남궁 현아 도련님의 자리까지 와서 시야를 막는 거냐? 이 자리는 장차 4대 가문이 될 우리 남궁.
You there, you big brute! How dare you block Master Nango's view? I'll have you know that you stand before the retinue of the Nangang family, the house that shall be one of the 4 houses. Instead of a reply, we heard a blast of gunpowder, then saw the right arm of the man who spoke out catapult into the air. The scream muffled as Lei Heng forcibly shoved his giant hand down the man's throat. Then, with the sound of wet meat being pulled apart, he ripped the entire length of the man's tongue out through the mouth.
아그들 입단속 못했으니까 오른팔 하나는 내놔야지. 나도 갈 때마다 기분이 거시기어두노.
Anywho, I don't reckon you missed the spider's house. Can't imagine why anybody would. Gives me the heebie-jeebies too, whenever I gotta swing by.
나중에 얼굴 좀 보자. 그때처럼 한 번 더 칼 쥐는 법 좀 제대로 가르쳐줄란께.
We got some catching up to do later. I'll teach you how to hold your sword real good, right like back when.
아야, 그래도 그중엔 내가 제일 맛나게 쓰는 법을 가르쳐줬잖아.
Remind the best out of all of them? I thought I taught you how to make every cut real fucking delicious. Whoops. It says I'm still going, but it looked like something weird happened.
류슈 씨, 아직 때가 아닙니다.
Ryoshu, now is not yet the time. Faust whispered to Ryoshu in a low voice without raising her head. Shut up for a damn second.
입사 전의 약속을 아직 기억하시리라.
Faust trusts you still remember the promise you made prior to your employment.
어깨에 힘 좀 빼라. 네 데리러 온 것도 아니고 그때처럼 뭘 가르쳐주려고 온 것도 아닌게.
Get that stick out of your behind, kiddo. I ain't here to pick you up. I sure as hell ain't even trying to teach you a lesson either, like back when.
그 새끼 아직 그 집에 있잖아. 아니?
Your baby's still at that house, ain't that right? Ryoshi was grabbing the hilt of her sword like she was about to unsheath it. The same sword she refused to unsheath for the duration of our entire journey.
아닌가? 이제 어떤가? 글쎄 뭔 일이 있었디야? 나가 그 사정은 잘 몰라서 말이지. 뭐 그래도.
Am I wrong about that? Just what in tarnation happened then? I ain't exactly nose deep in them fellas' business. You gotta understand. Guess something sure as hell went down though, didn't it?
이야, 겁나 재미지다. 근데 네
Now ain't that something? So you're really fixing to unsheath that blade.
류슈 씨,
Miss Ryoshu. In a quiet but coldly stern voice, Faust calls Ryoshu's name.
아따 웃자스까이. 언더보 쓰시면 안 받을라 그래도 안 받을 수가 없겠네.
Dang it, one the gosh dang. My bad, y'all. I really gotta take this. It's the English boss calling. Y'all gotta understand.
다음에 네가 애비들 얘기나 거시기 해보자고.
Yoshihide? I'll meet you later. We can talk about your daddies or shoot some other shit then. See you around, Yoshihide. The strange man turns around and stomps his way through the crowd again, his booming voice reverberating across the entire hall as he loudly and boisterously answers the call. He's gotta be here for the family hierarch war, right?
누가 가져가 되느냐에 따라
The outcome of the family hierarch valuation determines the immediate foreseeable future of each corp, which brings parties of varying possibly clashing interests here.
그래도 히스클리프 씨, 이번에는 잘 참아줬네요.
Hey, Heathcliff, notice you didn't rush ahead this time. I was worried it was going to be like that time with the middle. I know a thing or two about the thumb back from my syndicate days, and about what happened with the middle. Like I said, I had no bloody idea who this belonged to, besides that sod. It's more powerful and violent than Ricardo, an individual we had encountered in the past. The thumb commands its own manner of terror and violence, unlike that of the middle. As we were all sharing our impressions of Lei Heng, I found Ryoshi frozen in place, in the same position she had been in when Lei Heng walked past her, spacing out. All the way to the pinky, huh? Ryoshi muttered something to herself, and even further chaos was about to overtake the crowd and the candidates. Even further chaos.
32번째 참가자 가치우
32nd candidate. Ja Q. Zhai Huang called upon the next candidate, and at the mere mention of the name, the chaos that swallowed the hall immediately settled in a hushed silence. I know that outfit. Who walked past the platform, unaccompanied by his own faction, but not alone. Who are those people next to GQ?
초면이네요.
I've never met them before.
그렇다면 저분이 가치우 형님이 찾은
Then that must mean that their big brother GQ's answer to immortality. Who could they possibly be? Neither of them appear to be particularly skilled in combat. Yeah, they're both casually looking around like they're nervous. They are.
도서관의 생존자라고 파우스트는 생각합니다.
What do you mean by that? Faust believes that they are survivors of the library.
피할 수 없었던 어떤 불가항력에서.
The only ones who survived the impossible, inevitable odds, and the insurmountable force. They're the only survivors who may be able to explain that very force, possibly.
1차 심사 참가자
They have knowledge of the library. Didn't spend much time behind the curtains. He walked out soon after, his steely expression unchanging from when he entered it.
증언을 들어보니 확실하구나. 도시의 별을 넘어 결국 사라져버린 그곳에서
The testimony rings true. They are both survivors of the place that soared beyond the star of the city before it vanished. It is a shame that we were unable to procure ourselves an invitation then. You did not want an invitation, I assure you. His expression did not budge. Anxiety's gotta be a foreign concept to that guy. And that covers all the candidates, it seems. With the first round complete, to all 4 families who have graced this hall. Honglu. Unlike Jaikui, whose appearance plunged the hall into utter stillness, Honglu's sudden introduction roused the room into a roaring chaos of confusion once again. Paul, you what?
아직 마지막 참가자가 남은 것 같아서요.
I think you might have missed the candidate.
그게 무슨 말이냐?
What do you mean? I believe we have covered every candidate present in the list.
제가 남았거든요.
You missed me.
다시 가문의 보호기 가주 심사에 참가합니다.
Ji Baoyu of the Ji family will partake in the family hierarch evaluations. Let me check something briefly. Declaration of participation. Give me a brief. Give me like a brief 5 minutes to do something really quick. I am still likely not going to stop. I'll likely continue until I get to the end of this, get to the end of Act 1, maybe a little bit into Act 2. So be right back. It did. So I think disconnected briefly. I can fix it. Whatever. Okay. That's fine. Hell, this will actually help me at least figure a couple things out. Declaration of participation. Isn't that shaped by you? What's that doing here? And what did he just say? Whoops, hang on. There we go. I had a feeling this was gonna happen, but we really kicked the hornet's nest, huh? Hark, what in awe! I gaze upon our glory. In the 11th hour, doth the final band of heroes arrives. Yisong, don't pretend you're not with us, huh? At least give the audience a wave. Guys, I don't think they're taking the announcement too well. A large portion of the audience is vociferously expressing their collective confusion, wrath, and concern. These emotions are expressed by their jaws that have been opened past a certain degree. As Mersault observed, I realized that the chaos wasn't restricted to the audience. The candidates were starting to get agitated too. And there he is, the disgusting, duplicitous bastard who brings annihilation to everyone around him with that silly, innocent smile. What's going on? I thought Baiyu wasn't participating in the Hierarch War. That dumbass. Sink. Explain yourself, now. Tell me to grab onto your sword like my life depended on it. If you said that exact phrase. Can't we just... She mentioned you too, Heathcliff. She told me if you ever said anything like, can't we just give him a good beating and be done with it? What a throwback. Decorum. I demand decorum. I hope you don't mean to risk having your body marred. Withdraw your name. It isn't too late. Now. I'm heading in, Father.
33번째 참가자 가시 가문의 오 앞으로
단테님 준비되셨죠?
Come forth. Ready, Dante? I don't know. And what about you, Ryoshi?
뭐든지 썰고 싶다.
I'm itching to get chopping.
기분이 굉장히 더럽거든.
Need to vent this shitty feeling.
파우스트 씨 진짜
Are you sure this is going to be okay, Faust? This is a very dumb and dangerous plan.
괜찮은 것이 아니라 하더라도 해야 하는 것은 해야 하는 것입니다.
This is something that must be done regardless of the soundness of its participants. Faust spoke sternly. I still quite detest this plan. Let's be honest for a sec. Are any of us actually happy to go through with this? Okay, I guess there's the one. Hong Li, Ryoshi, and I walked up to the platform. Up close, it was much larger and grander and more imposing than I thought it'd be. Enter the fabric threshold. Once we walked past the curtains as instructed, we saw Zhai Yongqin and Zhai Mu and Zhai Zeng waiting for us inside. I know not what in your life beyond the hedges could have wrought this change of heart. But to see you aspire to the seat of Hierarch is indeed a sight most curious. It's been a while, big sister. Has the life in Q Corp been treating you well? I've seen and learned much, as you must have by you. Now I see your true reason for returning home today. I'm sorry, grandmother. I thought better than to let this be common knowledge. So you did. Now that you revealed your intent, withdrawal is no longer an option. Very well. Now present the answer that you've brought here today. I'm sure you've already sat through many people standing in the same place I am now, explaining to you what it is that what it was that they brought. So I suppose you would much prefer that I give you a straightforward visual demonstration than make you sit through another 1,000-word lecture. Hong Lu gave Ryoshi a nod. Yes, I'm okay. Our answer that we may be able to demonstrate before them. His resurrection via Dante's power. to show them to us. Death is but a temporary setback.
그리고 그걸 제일 극적으로 보여주기 위해서는
Oh, this is a very dumb plan. And a most dramatic demonstration of that ability would be to
그래. 이건 인정해야겠네.
Indeed, you have certainly demonstrated something.
지금까지 나온 참가자 중에서 제일 지루하지 않았다.
You were truly the least dreary part of today, Baiyu.
아, 그렇다면 제가 눈앞에서 목숨을 잃는 편이 제일 효과적이겠네요.
So the most effective way to do it would be for me to get killed in front of them,
그것도 아주 확실하게요.
without any room for ambiguity at that.
그렇습니다.
Yes. Then,
저희 중 한 명이 홍루
does that mean one of us has to make sure that Honglu no longer lives?
야, 허감이 목을
No need to beat
고쳐내.
around the bush.
우리 처음 만났을 때 기억 안
Remember what
나냐?
we did to each other when we first met?
그렇다면 히스클리프군은
Then Heathcliff, is the implication that you
홍루군을
are still willing to murder Honglu without hesitation?
살해.
Murder?
아, 또 뭐
Mate,
말을
did you
그렇게-
really have to put it like...
더 이상 악인들이 아닌 동료들을 해치는
Barely. I do not
것인데.
wish to hurt my good companions more than I already have. Aw, you have grown.
다행이라 해야 할지 모르겠지만
It may be a stretch to say that it is fortunate. However,
잘해주면서
we seem to have an
고통없고
individual
신속하면서
amongst us who may be able to carry out the task in a
아무런
most
가책이
painless,
없이
swift, and
이
unburdened
작전을
manner.
도와주실 분이 계시는 듯한.
And everyone immediately turned to look at.
그래서 어떤 모양으로 패면 되지?
So how would you like to be cut?
뇌회. 그 새끼 어디부터 먹었지?
Where's that fucker Lei Heng? Who's he working with? It seemed that slicing Honglu in half did nothing to distract Ryoshi from her own thoughts. Shaimu watched us in silence, motionless in her seat.
뇌까지 절단했군.
You have split his brain in half.
이 아이는
You have irreversibly ended this child's life. Not even life insurance shall be able to bring him back now. About you.
이제 어떻게 나올
Well then, what will you do now?
뭘 하더라도 본래의
You have no
옷으로
means to
돌아오지
restore
못할
this
터.
jade of the family.
가문의
For your
보석을
transgressions you will.
시계
Clock.
돌려.
Spin it. And so it turned, in one of the most high-intensity situations I'd ever turned it. The muscle fibers, the nerves, the flesh that was split, all began to reconnect like a rewinding videotape. Huh. Why doesn't this hurt at all? That's progress. Ryoshu's skills with the sword was no joke. I didn't even feel the slightest bit of discomfort. I doubt Honglu even realized that he was dying.
우리 보기가 못 본 사이에
Baiyu, I truly realized that it's been a while since we've met.
담대해진 게 분명하구나.
He has grown quite bold.
짐승 냄새.
I smell beasts. Dark shadows have appeared outside the curtains, surrounding us before I even realized what was happening.
소, 닭, 용, 원숭이.
Bull, rooster, dragon, monkey. The Heisho are here. Chinese zodiac.
불도 불사에 해답을 찾아오라 하였지.
The task was to find the answer to freedom from aging and death.
금기를 무시하고
Not break a
난장을
taboo
배반한 것은 아니었는데
and precipitate the destruction of our home.
이전에 H사를 이끌던 그
It has
가문을
not been long since the family that once led H Corp was brought to ruin.
조율자와 발톱이 다시 이 후원에서 가문을 도둑내게 하는 것은 용납될 수 없는.
It has not been long since the family that once led H Corp was brought to ruin. No arbiter nor claw shall ravage a family of Hongwan again. Shai Yuan Shun appeared ready to command the haze show to kill us, but Jaimu silenced her with a wave of her hand. You will wait. Venerable Jaimu. Once the resurrection is complete, the head will... We must end this before they... Hold for one moment. To be rash in judgment is to judge incompletely. I wish not to lose either our treasure and included immortality. And Honglu was whole again.
감사해요, 루시님. 정말 아무런 아픔도 느껴지지 않았어요.
Thank you, Roshu. It really didn't hurt at all. And you too, Dante. In P.
할머니.
Grandmother, big sister.
보셨죠?
Did you see that? This is the immortality I found. Are we safe? If aught be owed, a swift vengeance shall arrive in time. It is simply yet to return. Jaimu's quiet utterance seemed to dissipate the forces that had surrounded us outside the curtains. Jai Baoyu in the first round of family hierarch evaluations. You pass. Baoyu of the family of the Jai family passes. What trickery is this? I thought he was off on some sightseeing tour around away from Hongguan like a jobless rich kid when he managed to find his own answer. Thus ends the first round. Those who pass must prepare for the second round, set to commence tomorrow. Remember, the candidates are barred from hiring one another between now and the commencement of the second round of the evaluations. This is your one and only rule, thus remember it well. Anyone who dare break it shall immediately be disqualified. That is all. As soon as Jai Swung announced the end of the first round, everyone in the audience seat began rushing toward the first floor. Getting mixed up with the crowd's probably not a great idea. Let's get out of here. Let us return immediately to Honglu's room. We decided to slip out of here before the curious crowd swept us away. However, as we turned around to leave, so Jai Kui in our path.
치우 형님이시군요.
Chu. Jai Chu.
대전에 합격한 걸 축하드려요.
Big brother Chu. Congratulations on passing the first round.
도련님도 합격하셨다죠?
I hear that you have passed as well, young master. Congratulations are in order, it seems.
평생토록 가주 자리에는
How is it that you, young master, who has not shown an inkling of ambition toward the seat of the hierarch, suddenly emerge as one of its candidates, positively stealing the show? Well, you know, sometimes people get swept up by random surge of ambition. Wasn't that surge of ambition your company's and not young Master Bayu's? Well, if our last meeting didn't confirm it, it sure seems like they know us well. Have we not impressed upon you enough that you were the nicely to remain within the borders? Instead, he sparked such disorder at the fringes of his perimeter. I had thought that his only role in this design would be to play as a pawn by Jai Shichen no more. My lord, perhaps you have overestimated this young master.
아직도 너는 아무것도 하지 않으면 아무 일도 일어나지 않을 거라 믿는 것이냐?
Are you still of the belief that inaction is a path without consequences?
전에 인사도 제대로 못 드렸네요.
I didn't even get to say hello to you earlier, Brother Shu.
가시 가문의 보호, 정식으로
Bull
인사드립니다.
of the Ji family formally extends his greetings to you.
성인이 된 이후론 정식으로
I realize that this is the first time we've meeting face to face since I reached adulthood.
그나저나 이와
Speaking
형님과
of
강도
which,
씨의
did you manage to
머리는
stitch Big Brother
원래대로 잘
Yiwa and
붙여주었나요?
Mr. King Tao's heads back onto their bodies? Heathcliff was the first to let out a flabbergasted gasp before their sinners followed suit. I guess that's just how siblings in Hongguan greet each other, huh? Seems like Miss Bao Chai was just a particularly nice exception.
답할 이유가 없는 물음을 던지는
You ask a question that deserves no answer.
일말의 준비도 없이
You have arrived here, unprepared, yet ready to cast yourself into the flames, all for the mere reason that your turn had come.
여전히 같은 생각이라면
If your mind hasn't changed, then it would be wise to remain unseen and unnoticed as you were.
네, 걱정해 주셔서
Yes,
감사해요.
thank you for your concern. This facade of wisdom and pensiveness worn upon your speech.
도통 고치질 못하나 보구나.
It's truly intractable.
제가
Do I do that? Noticing Jaiku's hand tightening around his weapon, Ishmael quickly jumped in. In case you forgot, there's a rule preventing candidates who pass the first round from killing each other. Hopefully I'm not the only one who remembers that. If you're going to continue to bully us, don't be surprised if there are consequences. Otis, you finished the preparations, right? The reinforcements are standing by at the front gates. Are they actually scheming together for once?
우리한테 지원군이
그래서 섣불리 행동하는 것은 2차 선발을 두고 쓸데없는 무력전이 벌어질 수도 있다는 거지.
Which is why I'm warning you that taking any rash action prior to the start of the second round could result in a pointless skirmish for both of us.
허장성세로구나. 애당초 무력은 처음부터 내세울 도리가 아니라
A loud boast from an illusionary army in an empty fortress, though I believe that sheer might is hardly the quality one should flaunt.
여기서 너희와 겨룰 생각은 없다.
I am not intent on fighting you here.
가보. 제 그릇에 맞지 않은 것을 담으려 하니
Shibaoyu,
큰
you will
화를
beget
피하지
great
못할
suffering
것이다.
by endeavoring to embrace beyond your abilities.
그러나 부딪혀
Yet he still wishes the challenge to be broken. That perhaps that outcome is simply meant to be. And with that, they turned around and left us. It seemed that they were only to give us a warning. What a relief. We'd have to fight I thought we'd have to fight GQ and his Heisho pack. They did see right through us in the end. But hey, nice work, Otis.
무례하게 짝이 없는 놈들이었다.
What unbelievable impotence.
말하는 내내 우리는 쳐다도 보지 않더군.
Did you notice how they did not even glance at the rest of us through that entire exchange? Zui Bao Chai peeked out from a pillar before walking up to Hong Lu.
1차 심사 합격한 거 축하해 보호가. 정말 어떻게 된 일이야?
You passed the first round. I'm so happy for you, Bao. Seriously, what's going on here? I didn't imagine even in my wildest dreams that you'd be participating in the family hierarchy war.
보차 누나도 1차 심사에서 합격한 걸 축하해.
Congratulations to you too, big sister Bao Chai. Bao, like... I'm trying so hard for passing the first round. Gathering from the fact that you hid it even from me, you really didn't want anyone to know, right?
맞아. 아마 나 때문에 다들
Yeah, I imagine that must have kicked up quite the ruckus with everyone. Now I'm starting to feel kind of bad about this. Somehow we ended up lying to everyone. Hey, don't beat yourself up over it. Own it instead. Well, if it's all the same to you then, I want to say that I'm so happy that you decided to take part. I was worried that you might have already left Dagon Run so far away from me again by the time I was finished with the family hierarchy war. That would have been too bad. So I'm glad we'll get to spend more time together, even as contestants. Don't forget to say hello and give me a wave if we ever run into each other, okay? She left us to rejoin her faction, waving sweetly as she did so. Nice! Chai Shichin. God, that's such a good loading screen. You have returned, young master. Yep. Good evening, Shairen. Shairen bowed wordlessly in the same detached coldness we sensed earlier. She did not seem at all excited about her master's success today, nor did she appear to be concerned about him. A letter has arrived for you, young Master Baoyu.
너무도 확연하게 봉투에 인장이 뜯겨
You didn't even try to hide the fact that the envelope was tampered with, did you?
전달하는 것까지가 저의 일일 뿐.
My responsibility was to deliver the letter.
온전한 형태로 지켜야
To protect
한다는
its
걸
integrity was not one of my
제 소원이
obligations.
홍루 씨, 이분 당신의
Honglu, are you sure she's your maidservant?
괜찮아요. 틀린 말은 아닌걸요?
It's okay. She's not wrong.
수빈, 일로 와봐.
Shirin,
가령이랑
can I
비석치기를
ask you
하기로
something?
했었는데 왜 계속 보이지 않아?
Ling promised to play a rock tossing game with me, but I can't find him anywhere.
아,
That's
그러니까요, 도련님. 지난번에 숫자를 어디까지 외우셨죠?
Well, let's see. How many numbers have you learned so far, young master?
그때 나랑 수빈이랑 10이라는 숫자까지 배웠지.
Shirin and I learned up to 10.
그러면 100밤까지만 자고 나면 돌아오실 거예요. 100이라는 건 10밤 보내는 걸 10번 반복하면 되는 거랍니다.
Then he'll be back after 100 nights sleep. Sleep 10 nights, 10 times. Then that's 100 nights.
와, 그렇구나. 수빈은 엄청 똑똑하네.
Wow, that's so cool. Shirin, you're so smart.
자라나면
It's nothing.
다 자연스럽게
It's something we all learn growing up.
수빈, 10밤을 10번 넘게 보냈는데 가령은 여전히 코빼기도 보이지가 않아.
I slept 10 times. I slept 10 times, 10 nights, but I still don't know where Ling's gone.
내가 가령 도련님이 돌아온다고.
Did I say that young Master Ling was to return? You said he'll be back after 100 nights. Oh.
100밤 가지고서는
100 nights is hardly enough, young master.
1000밤은
It will take at least 1,000 nights.
꼴을 당했는데.
Given what they did to him.
그렇구나. 수빈은 역시 언제나 똑똑하네.
You're smart as always.
가령 도련님은 수년이 지났지만
Young master, it has been years, but young master Ling's body is still decaying.
지금은 몸의 절반이 넘는 부위를 쓸 수 없대요.
He has lost control over half of his body.
저번에 내가 시킨 대로 환약을 주었는데도 그러니?
Even after he was fed the boluses I'd sent him.
도련님이 주신 환약은
I was told to relate that your boluses were useless, young master.
뇌까지 같이 썩은 거라.
The decay reached his brain, and I overheard the other servants gossip that it's impossible to recover from such a wound.
몸이 전혀 제 기능을 하지 못하는 거예요. 죽는 게 나을 정도죠.
The body is functionally dead. Death would be preferable, in fact.
그러니까 이제 헛된 기대는 하지 마세요.
So give up your naive hope and forget about him.
수빈은 언제나 똑똑하네.
You're always so smart, Shirin.
관리자님.
I will now read the letter, Executive Manager. Right, yeah. As I stood there pondering, Otis walked up to the front with the letter in hand.
소드 과장이로군.
This is from Manager Sode.
여러분, 1차 대전을 합격했다는 소식은
Hello,
들었어요.
everyone. Heard you managed to pass the first round.
사실은 그
I wrote
전부터
this letter before I heard the news,
미스터
actually. You wouldn't even be reading this letter if you hadn't
이
passed.
편지를 가지고
뭐야?
스카이사는 접어두죠. 본 게임은
But let's save the celebrations for later. The real game starts in round 2.
다른 후보들은
The
이
other
1차
candidates
대전에
must
대한 정보를
have been
암암리에
making
공유하며
alliances, strategies, sharing information about the next round.
당신들은 어디에도 끼지
Meanwhile, you guys stumbled around, aimless and alone, before returning to your lodging. And here you are now, reading my letter. Is she watching us from somewhere?
그래도 안심하세요.
But not to worry. For your team specifically, round 2 doesn't require much strategizing,
난전이자
because it'll be messy and continuous battle after battle.
항상 하던 대로
So
싸움을
battle on as you always do.
당신들이
Huh?
가장 자신 있는
That's what you do best, right?
아니.
Hold on.
더 자세하게 말하고 싶어도
I would like to go into more detail in this letter, but I'm sure this letter will be, and has been, most likely, intercepted by someone from other candidates' clans or coalitions.
여러분은 지금까지
So in order for you to obtain your objective, you have to rely on what you have learned and gained so far, your intuition and fearlessness.
다시 한번
Like I said earlier, we have but one purpose.
이등을 하여 황금가지를 얻는다라는
Contextual clues suggest that the one purpose implied the one purpose is implied to be come in second place and obtain the golden bow. Well, that wraps everything up. Oh, one last thing.
대대손손 저주가 내릴 것이고 가는 곳마다 불운이 생기며 하는 일마다 망하여.
Sheesh, she can be intense. Shameless curs who have rested their eyes upon the contents of this letter without authorization shall be struck down with the curse of misfortune that lasts generations upon generations, ne'er shall they ever be successful in any endeavor regardless of nature. The bottom part of the letter's been torn off, huh? What a way to end a letter. So, does anybody know what to expect in round 2? The letter really didn't help with anything at all. It would be better to learn the exact rules on site and hear from the organizers themselves. It is likely that there are forces who already have their eyes on Ursulus. Executive manager, there was someone by the door. Right on cue, eh?
그건 아닐 거예요.
I don't think that's what this is. Grab your weapons, prepare for bat. Despite our rush, the person by the door was none other than Jai Shichin. She wore an expression that had grown quite familiar by now. An interesting combination of annoyance and disappointment. Why do I ever expect anything better from you anymore? So you're just opening the front door to anyone, without even checking who knocked. Just like that. I thought you were done talking with. We can be pretty heedless from time to time. But I don't think anyone who's intending to kill us would have the decency to stand and hesitate in front of my door, wondering if she should knock or not. Earlier in round 1, you had yourself killed in front of Chai Mu and Big Sister Yan Chuan, didn't you? And revived yourself in front of them too, I presume. Why even go that far, huh? What's gotten into you, brother? Family hierarchy, really? Why now? Why all of a sudden? I can tell, just from the look on your face, that you couldn't care less about becoming something like the family hierarch. Is that really it? That they told you to do it? Chichen, imagine just for the sake of it. What if, just what if, like, what if our actual goal isn't to come in first place? Do you seriously expect me to believe that? Right, totally. Heck, I wouldn't buy that either. Anyways, I'm not here to ally or parley with you. I'm never ever doing anything like that with you again, brother. It'll be nighttime soon, you know? And your room's always been so dark because you barely let so much as a ray of moonlight in. This is reminding me of a conversation in MGS2 where Rose ends up crying about Jack, specifically because when she did walk into his room, it was empty. There wasn't anything on the walls. It was just an empty place to sleep. Seems like she's warning us that we'll be visited by some uninvited guests soon. You idiot. Yeah, no way they're letting you, a sudden unforeseen variable, spend the night in peace. But didn't they warn us earlier that round 2 candidates are prohibited from hurting each other? Correct! The candidates cannot hurt one another directly.
서로를 직접적으로 죽이는 것만 피하라는 뜻이었네.
I see. The only thing that matters is the exact wording of the law, not the spirit of it.
맞아.
Right.
우회적인 경로를
They won't
통해서
intervene as long as candidates not trying to kill a fellow candidate, literally, with their own hands.
그러니
So don't trust anyone, even your maidservants.
직접 여기로 와줘서 고마워, 시춘.
She really does care about him. But then why are you so closed off to her?
내일은 정말로 적으로 만나는 거야.
Tomorrow we'll really be enemies.
이제 와서 바뀌는 것도 없을 테지만.
I know it's too late to change anything, but tomorrow... Jai Shichun stumbled over her words, trailed off, and then turned around and left as though she'd swallowed what she wanted to say.
사실 아가씨께서 여기로 발걸음한다고 하셨을 때 3번을 말렸습니다.
When she expressed the wish to visit you herself and made 3 attempts to talk her out of it,
저의 위치에서 3번이나 말린
it was highly impertinent of someone of my station to advise against her 3 times, yes, but
그만큼 아가씨께서는
I implore you all to know that her choice to come here was not an easy one.
실례인 질문일 수도 있지만 그쪽 상황은 좀 괜찮으신가요?
I know this question can sound a bit nosy, but are things okay over there? We will face the trial to the best of our abilities.
부디 마주칠 일이 없길.
I wish with all my heart that our paths will not cross tomorrow.
동감이요.
And I share his sentiment.
저들과는 서로 해를 가할 일은 없게 되길
I wish not to ever bring harm to them, nor they to us in turn.
뭐 그게 생각만큼 마음대로 되겠냐?
Well, anything's ever gone. Well, when's anything ever gone as we wished, eh? But Heathcliff sounded just as uneasy. Yep, intruders. Slashing! You are necessary, though. I don't want to bring... But I might have to. You do have slashing on that one. Okay. If that's the case... Let me adjust this then. The slashing is the prominent...
급행 주문이군요.
No, better off.
나를 불렀나?
화점에 두지.
I'm making like very specific trade-offs here if I want to do this.
주인놈 뜻에 따라 준비 완료.
소재가 준비됐소?
책임은 모두 내가 진다.
소재가
책임은
원하시는
We'll make this work. O moon, once it waxes and wanes. O water, once it flows, it overflows. For all lights must go out, the night is still.
때가 되었네요.
It's time. Sharpen your senses. Hey,
이 건물에 침입자가 올 수
what are
있는
some known infiltration routes in this building that our enemies could use?
일단 상대 쪽에서 암살을
Anywhere,
하겠다고
really.
마음을 먹으면
As long as the assassin's willing to put their mind to it.
한 번은 침대 밑에서
There was one time when one of them
나오신
suddenly
적도
appeared from
있으니까요.
under my bed.
그건
Sounds kind of terrifying. Ryoshi, who leisurely puffed her cigarette as the sinners were looking around in full alert, suddenly pointed up. Someone just landed above us.
천장에 내려앉은 거면
So if they're hiding in the ceiling,
이 방 밖에도
they must be more than willing to just open a door. Hong Lu spoke casually, as though he was expecting to have them join us for tea or something. Pretty sharp. Sinners all whipped around and swung their weapons toward the voice, but the assassin dodged back with ease and began chugging a gourd in his hand. Drunken master? Wait, this smells like... Is that drinking on the job? Give me a break. An old guy on a night shift. I say I deserve a drink. Our target's young master, shy by you. Let's kill him quick and call it a night. With that, the enemies began flooding into the room. Drunken master. Whoa.
자, 맞서보죠. 우리들에게 이깟 파도 별것도 아니잖아요.
Predative, cold out, assailant. 3 of them are countering.
떨거진 잘라낸다.
와, 엄청난 공격이었어. 기념할 만한 걸?
One stagger.
저것들 좀 보세요. 고약한 먹물이라도 뒤집어 쓴 것 같은 얼굴이네요. 잘 먹혔나 봐요.
Prioritizes Hong Lu.
전투응대에 나선다.
이 작살에 필살의 집념이 담겨있지. 아, 이런. 아무튼 놀라운 한방이네요.
Another stagger.
완벽한 한방. 시원한 걸.
살을 베어내고.
방금 전에는 굉장했다고. 베르겔 그 인간도 이건 인정할걸?
총원 불격!
다시 복구하긴 힘들걸요?
나이스! 하나 잡혔다.
There's 12 enemies. It's taking too long.
깔끔하게.
합격장.
효과적이네요. 이 방식을 기억하는 게 좋겠어요. 모든 결과들은
I need sanity.
아니, 말을 아끼죠. 이런 동료들 상태에 신경 좀 쓰셔야 할 것 같은데요, 관리자님.
점 찍었네.
Lisa stagger.
다시 복구하긴 힘들걸요?
육점.
6 enemies.
점 찍었네.
Come on. Bad rolls.
모든 결과들은 파우스트가 알아요.
Oh, that one's staggered.
저놈을 추적해. 기원을 가진 그대로 무너져. 실밥이 터졌나?
꿈을 꾸러가.
That was rough.
성공적이었네요. 이 흐름대로 사냥을 끝내러 가보죠.
This should work.
자, 맛볼 시간.
기원을 가진 그대로 무너져라.
저놈을 추적해.
더 이상 얻을 정보는 없군요.
Still not enough.
완전히 녹아내렸네. 완전히 녹아내렸네.
살을 베어.
Still made it.
승부수가 먹혀들었군. 판세는 완벽히 우리에게 있었다. 정착지를 찾을 때까지.
Still slashing.
언제
화점에 두지.
급행 주문이군요.
나를 불렀나? 주인놈 뜻에 따라
고래를 향해.
소재가 좀 원하시.
책임은 모두
이거 참 설레는.
Just gotta make do with what we got.
먼저 끝내고 돌아오는 친구는 맛있는 거 사줄게. 물론 회사 카드로.
12 enemies.
총원 불격. 저놈을 추적해. 저것들 좀 보세요. 고약한 먹물이라도 뒤집어 쓴 것 같은 얼굴이네요. 잘 먹혔나봐요.
This will just be better or not. That is not the roll I needed it to be bad on.
완벽한 한방. 시원한걸?
저 부표처럼 흔들리는 놈이 제1 사냥감이겠네요. 가서 끝장내죠.
More damage. You're so... Because that stagger's gonna... I kind of just have to hope for another big swing in the middle of the fight.
이 방식을 기억하는 게 좋겠어요.
Got it.
와, 엄청난 공격이었어. 기념할 만한걸?
목을 내놓고 있도록.
High roll go bird. I got very fortunate with that timing.
방금 전에는 굉장했다고.
Not the one I wanted.
인정할걸?
Okay, Faust and Otis are the ones getting hit. That I can live with. Uh-oh.
너무 아프게 만졌는데?
That one was questionable at best.
그렇게 가만히 있어. 상처는 거기는 맛없으니까.
시계 돌리셔야겠어요, 관리자님.
전투응대에 나선다.
Why are you so good at hitting your clients? That K-Corp Ampule just saved Hong Lu.
방금 전에는 굉장했다고. 베르게 그 인간도 이건 인정할걸?
꿈을 꾸러 가도록.
끝인가? 정말 한 톨도 남지 않았나? 그렇다면
Oh, they're just stacking them on at the end here.
끝나지 않 거지.
This makes me think it'd be better if I just switched my slashing team.
언제든지요.
화점을
출정이군요.
망설임 피가 범람할 시간이요.
주인놈 뜻에 따라 나를 불렀나?
원하
책임은 모두 내가 진다.
That's fine, whatever. As long as I'm smart, then the level difference isn't that big of a deal. What? Still working on it?
이전 사이와라는 놈도 그렇고
Seems they're continually underestimating by we are continually underestimated by our foes. Shiwa made the same mistake. You didn't seriously think that we'd be defeated by such a pathetic force, did you? Pipe down, you're giving me an early hangover. Don't you compare us to that little troublemaker of the Shi family, will you? Be careful, Otis. His combat capabilities are leagues beyond those of his companions. So that's why he's so sure of himself. I see. Identify your name and allegiance. Really? You think I'd just tell you that if you asked nicely? Working in this line of business? I have no name nor allegiance to give you, friend. Though I have no name to give, I have a title that others took the liberty of giving me. You tend to pick up one or two of those after surviving for so long. He who emerges with a liquor bottle only to fade into a nightly shadow. The world has deigned to call him the Night Drifter of the Drunken Palm. Oh, this is a focused encounter. Oh, this is a focused encounter. Okay, you get to ignore. This might be a slightly harder fight than anticipated, especially if I don't have the speed to clash. He has an alcohol resource. Okay, you're countering now. Probably not good that I have him, because they're gonna prioritize him anyway. Whatever. Right now, honestly, what's best if I try to focus on these guys, but then I also need to clash as many skills with him as possible. So however, I can't clash to defend Hong Lu. Whoever can't clash to protect Hong Lu is better off just adding damage to somebody. Be better off clashing here. That one's just gonna hit though.
효과적이네요. 이 방식을 기억하는 게 좋겠어요.
Hong Lu, please.
혈이 남자.
오, 아 이런. 아무튼 놀라운 한 방이네요.
죽도록 달릴 시간이다.
When you're a drunken master, you can use anything that's useful. I do wonder who's gonna get that ID though. Five plus 5, 4. I have to pay a little bit of attention here. That one's bad. Just need someone to clash for that. Doesn't matter if I like it or not, she has to.
죄를 새겨주겠어.
That was the one. Whatever. We'll make do. One is staggered, one is near stagger. That's a +3. I have to keep that in mind. This is gonna get +3 regardless. Oh, wait, I can make this work. That's 8, that would be the higher priority. I don't like any of these. Who else was going here? Yi-sung. Which means instead you can go here. Okay, and she's still low. She was still low in that roll.
완벽한 한방. 시원한 걸.
계속해봐라. 이 폭풍이 잦아들 때까지.
There we go.
그러니까 거기서 이렇게 피했으면 됐잖아.
So I have two choices right now. I either dump as much damage into him as I can, which should be the better option. Right now I need to protect Honglu. Anyone who is too slow to protect Honglu should instead focus on dealing damage. No, because that won't do anything. Okay, one more staggered. How are you at 10? I have to. Because if I don't, then things will just get from bad to worse. That is a high of 23. I don't like this. I have to make do with what I got regardless. Which for me, at this point, just means killing at least two. Will that even be enough? I have to hope that it's enough, though. Because someone's gonna get hurt bad during this. But I honestly rather just use this turn to make sure somebody dies. Or I could stack damage. No, it doesn't matter. No, what matters right now is somebody dying.
랜다 4월을
So close.
쟤 금방이라도 고기 조각이 될 것 같은데 괜찮을까?
He is almost dead. This one is fine. You need damage.
적출할게요.
I'm surprised she won that.
어머, 너무 아프게 맞았는데?
기대해라.
31 high roll, go Burr.
이젠 네 놈만 남았다.
You're next and the last one.
주인도 지키지 못한 쥐지. 이상하리 마치 당당하군.
How strangely confident you are for someone who has failed to protect her master. He doesn't know that sinners can come back from death.
보옥 도련님의 목숨을 취했으니 여기서 빠지는 편이 좋겠지. 뇌까지 확실히 뭉개두었기도 하고.
Well, now that I've claimed your master by his life, I should be free to clock out. There's no coming back from a crushed brain.
내 밑에서 좀 배우셨으면 비슷하게는 싸워봤을
Real shame. Had he studied under my tutelage, he could have almost matched me in skill. And the intruder disappeared from the room without another word. After a brief break, I revived the dead sinners.
대체 어떤 가문에서
Just who could have possibly sent him?
아까 그 가치우라는 놈이 보낸 거 아니야? 눈빛 여전히 살벌하더만.
Could be the Jaiki bloke from earlier. You saw the way he was glaring at the rich boy.
아까 홍루 씨를 보고
He wasn't the only one glaring daggers at Hong Lu, you know?
야, 괜찮냐?
You alright? Your brain's feeling funny? Ask him to turn the clock again.
아니요. 조금 생소해서요.
It's just that this feels new to me.
원래는 여기서 습격이 있을
Whenever I was
때마다
attacked in here, this building felt so infinitely vast.
그런데 여러분들이랑 있으니까
But now that I'm here with all of you, it feels so crowded and alive.
그게 무슨 일이야?
That's funny how?
뭐 우리가 있으니까
Imagine he's saying that he's happy we've got his back, to paraphrase. He's no longer alone. At the bare minimum.
승부수가 먹혀들었군. 판세는 완벽히 우리에게 있었다.
Yeah, that fight should have been more rough than it was. Considering which sinners I used at so under level, I'm surprised that went well.
떠나기 전 요아차를 타렸는데 드시겠습니까?
Young master, I have brewed some nuer tea. Will you Imbibe some before departing. Imbibe.
안 마시겠다고
No way.
해요,
Honglu.
혹시?
Remember how
어제
the envelope
편지
we
뜯어줬던
received
거
yesterday was
잊었어요?
torn open? Refuse
아무도
it.
믿어서는 안 된다고.
저는 괜찮아요.
I'm okay.
내와줘.
I love some tea. She. Thank you.
네, 도련님.
Yes, young master. Honglu sips Yurun's tea.
그러다가 혹시나 차 안에 무슨
The
독이라도
tea could have been
있으면
poison. I know we have Dante here, but you're
아무리
being
단체
too
수업
reckless.
가신다 해도 너무
단테님이 계셔서
I wasn't being reckless on account of having Dante around. If I
그랬다면 단테님이
then if it really had been poison, I'd be needlessly hurting Dante in the process.
그저 스빈이
I just,
익숙하게 되었어.
even if she's becoming a lot less friendly,
체니까
Siren's still
문제 없을
Siren,
거라고 생각했어요.
so I thought it would be okay. That's when I realized that Sharon's odd change of character is reminiscent of those we'd seen earlier in the back streets of District 8. Sharon went through a lot of revivals, didn't she?
맞아요.
Yes. She's my closest maidservant, so she has the most expensive version of life insurance. So when you say Jiren's still Jiren, you mean that her memories are intact. Yep. Life insurance doesn't actually decay your memory,
하지만 점점
but still, you'll slowly.
풍화되어 간다고 해요. 그리하여 기억은
Erode away,
피해
like a stone weathering merciless gusts and
서서히
rainstorms.
작아지고
The memory shrinks and shrinks,
마침내
slowly losing its definition
형태조차 남지 않게 되죠.
until the form itself is lost.
아, 한때 그러한 모양의 바위가 있었구나.
It only leaves the faint sensation that the stone was once there, until it was no more.
하지만 전
But I
그 느낌만이라도
hope that faint sensation remains a warm remembrance to Jiren as well, at least. Jiren quietly cleared away the tea set. You cannot tell if she had heard Honglu or she cared at all if she did. Regardless, we left her to her job and made our way to the palanquin that was waiting to take us to the round 2 venue.
사활을 건 전쟁을 앞두고 있을 때
When marching out to meet your foes in a deadly war. Normally, most sinners would have laughed Otis off for being overdramatic, but today they were all listening intently to her every word. We did kind of get jumped in the middle of the night. We already had several close run-ins into candidates and their factions, and even a formidable Heisha pack. Those experiences were more than enough to convince us that this was time to take her seriously.
추적의 정보에 대해 알아내는
We must first learn as much as possible about our primary foe,
우리에게 제일 위협이 될 만한
the one that poses us greatest threat, if you will. And that is Shaikri.
그자에 대해 아는 대로 정보를 말해.
So let's list everything we've learned about that individual so far.
잘린 사람의 목을 들고 아무렇지 않게
Well, we know that he has no problems with blooding his own hands. Remember how he grabbed those decapitated heads.
저희와 시춘 씨 쪽을 가주대전에 아예 참가하지
And we know that he tried to
술수를 쓰려
ensure that both our team and Jichun's wouldn't participate in the family hierarchy war.
자로라는 강한 흑수.
We're also aware that he is flanked by Zilu, a mighty Heisho, and Zingong, a strategist.
더군다나 어제 보낸 자격도
Zigong. I'm so bad at pronouncing these names and I'm so upset with myself for it. And it seemed like he was the only one who sent assassins from last night too, right? Yeah. You know that he's definitely wary of us, so we should stay on ground. Stay on guard.
오래전부터 존재해왔던
As we all know by now, Dagon 1 is led by 4 ancient and great houses.
내 가문들이 이끄는
The Zhai, the Shi, the Zui, and the Wang.
제가 태어나기 전부터 이곳에는
Ever since the times before my own birth, this place was a den of political intrigue, a jungle where a single misstep could spell your death. Today, the Zhai family holds the most power and influence among the 4,
그 덕에 저는 조금 더 부유하고
which means that I was at the top of the world, afforded a life of luxuries and leisures, the kind of envious life that everyone looks up to and aspires to attain.
그리고 치우 형님은
But Big Brother Shi,
바닥 아래에 있었어요.
he was beneath even the rock bottom of the same world. Rock bottom, but perhaps for a metaphor for aught, perhaps.
비유가 아니라면
If it is, then I presume he's implying that someone pushed Shaiki to the depths. Yes, many hands pushed him toward the cliff, until there was no more room for him to back up to, until his only remaining choice was to plummet. Whether she, the last surviving descendant of the annihilated Kong family.
분명 성이 가시 아니었는가?
Kong Ki. Yet his surname is Shai, was it not? His mother was from the Kong family. How? My hand was probably one of the many that pushed him off the cliff. I don't think you're the kind of person to do something like that, Honglu. No need to make excuses for me. Envy and jealousy came about from my grandmother and the elders' favoritism. And when there is a zenith, so exists a nadir. Hiding won't let me get away from it, so I'm going to accept it. Honglu remained placid throughout the entire the entire reveal, as though he was making some innocent commentary about the weather and the clouds going by. In fact, watch out for the ones working with the thumb, too. It was Ryoshi who appeared more agitated than he was. The thumb. Oh, that walking brick shithouse from earlier? Lehang. You're really worried, Ryoshi. Don't you usually just... It's because he's powerful. Her saying that means a lot. Silence descended in the palanquin. Has Ryoshu ever called anyone straight up powerful before? No one replied. Excuse me? I didn't expect that on the map. We have arrived at the venue for the second round of the evaluation. We found ourselves in some kind of deep subterranean area with multiple lifts inside of it. Some contestants were already rising on those lifts, but most of them had elected to remain down here to quietly, furtively discuss their strategies. As for us, we were slowly getting used to our presence, drawing the attention of every single person in the room the moment we entered. Contestants must now each board their lifts and ascend. Well then, should we get going too? I feel like we're drawing way too much attention, so let's... But we were stopped by a voice calling us. Lin Daiyu. Big brother Baoyu. Have you been well? I'd seen a child who looked just like her a few times in Honglu's memories. I remember her beaming at Honglu as she made a mound of petals with one hand. But now she looked on at him without a discernible emotion. A spear in the very same hand.
대요, 네가 가주대전에 참여하게 될 줄은 몰랐네.
I didn't think you'd be participating in the family hierarch war. Have you forgotten that my family cannot exist unless we are in service of a greater house? I am but a blade serving a clan from the Sui family. I see. For Big Sis Bao Chai's family? Yes. I'll be fighting in the service of others to the last of my days. Deo. Honglu took a step toward her, but she raised her hand and pushed him away. It was not a threat, but her gesture carried such implicit resoluteness that it brought Hong Lu to a stop.
나는 곧 대관원을 떠날 거야. 어르신들께서
Dale, I'll be departing
더 많은 걸 경험하고 오라 하셨거든.
Daegwonyeon soon. The others have commanded me to leave here and experience more of the world.
떠난다고요? 결국
You're leaving?
제게는 그날의 어떤
So you leave me now,
않은 채로
still refusing to illuminate me the truths about that day?
왜?
Why?
왜 계속 그렇게 웃고만 계시는 건가요?
Why won't you stop smiling like that?
부디 다시 돌아오지 않기를 바라겠습니다.
Then I hope you'll never come back here again.
한때는 정답게 지내는 인연이었지만 모든 건
We shared an intimate bond once, yet all is for naught.
지금은 하늘을
Now I am unbound by the heavens, unbound by the dirt. Still lies this heart of mine now, with emptiness wrought. A blossom may be lovely now, but its wilting sharpens the blade of woe, the blade of hurt. Our meeting never should have come to pass. You always say things that are so difficult and saddening to hear.
제 장례는 일찌감치 치렀고
My own funeral was held long ago, and now, having met you for the final time, when we meet our ends here,
형체도 남지 않게 되는 한
may we each become a lone thread of formless smoke to be scattered by the winds. With that, Taeyu walked away from us. Looks like I forgot to introduce her to everyone. She's someone with whom I had a brief connection in my childhood, though I guess our reunion was made under pretty unfavorable circumstances. That she has come here in service of another candidate means that we'll be enemies the next time we meet. Isong trailed off without vocalizing that statement inside. Connections are such fickle things after all. A grand lift. Hong Lu muttered with a faint hint of loneliness as we entered the grand lift enclosed by 4 pillars. The lift rises proddingly. When I looked down, I could see the other candidates still waiting for their lifts, looking up at us, the candidates whose fates may or may not intermingle with our own in this battle. You will never leave this place alive. No matter what it takes, we will cut off your head, no matter what it takes. Someone screams bitterly from beneath us, but the lift does not stop. Young Hong Lu, are we to be battle villains henceforth in this class? But to them, we are the villains. Then are they to be evil in our eyes? It's a distinction without a difference. Whichever the case, I'm pretty sure that trying to draw a clear line between enemies and allies won't mean much. It seemed that we finally arrived at our destination as the lift slowed down. Even the fucking chair and table are still there. We were greeted by a sight that at first glance appeared as though it belonged outside, but we were still clearly within the confines of Hongguan. Underneath the blue sky were 2 metal gates leading to a massive looming structure. Red lights flickered ominously around the building. Looks like they decorated this huge space to look like the outside. I can't even fathom how much money they must have poured into this project. Family hierarch evaluations round 2. A disembodied voice echoed from the speakers with a buzz.
시작.
Begins now. The door to the lift that carried us up here closed shut.
이곳이 어디인지
I finally recognized where we are.
와본 적 있는 곳이야?
You've been here before?
여기는
This place is...
옛날에 공씨 가문이 운영하던 구 H사의 터랍니다.
the site of the former H Corp that was once headed by the Kong family.
아직 그때의 상처가 채 아물지 않은 곳일 텐데 이제 새로운 피가 또 덮어지려나요?
This place still bleeds from the wounds made then. I wonder if we will be spilling fresh blood over them today. We are surrounded by the loud and crowded bustle of the teeming audience. Is Hung Li smiling still, as he always has since our first meeting? I turned around to face him, only to see a much younger Hung Lu. The deep sorrow in the child's eyes was about to overflow, as if he were ready to burst into tears. And that... oh... okay. That is the end of Act 1. At the bare minimum. Ooh, there's a lot there. Damn. Okay. So. Because... again, this... well, one, I actually got all the challenges, like, quick in a row. I didn't expect that. One, because I kind of I did expect this to go a little bit longer than expected. I'm going to see if I can do roughly about like half the dungeon, maybe tomorrow. Or at least get through. I want to try to get like kind of an accurate estimation as to how long getting through the dungeon will be. Because I did hear that it was long. Especially for an Act 2. Especially for a dungeon in general. So, I'm likely going to split covering Act 2 into 2 parts. First half will likely be tomorrow. The second half will likely still be on Wednesday like planned. And then Act 3 will be Friday. Because yeah, no, this took a while. But if I want to hit the schedule that I want to do, I need to cleave through this. I need to cleave through this in some way. Because otherwise, I'm just not going to have the time. So, tomorrow I'll likely do vaguely half. My estimate would be about 3 hours of this. 3 hours of the dungeon. And then cut it there. Pick it up on Wednesday. Finish it. And then go from there. The chair being here is wild. But yeah, I think that is a good stopping point for right now. Thank you, everyone who stopped by, everyone who watched. I hope you enjoyed yourselves. I hope you have a wonderful morning, noon, or night, no matter when you're watching this. There's gonna be a lot to go through with this. This is such a significant place. This is insane being here. Yeah. Take care of yourselves, be kind to yourselves, be kind to other people as well, and I guess I will see you tomorrow for the second round of the family hierarch evaluation. So yeah, Johnny.